To celebrate 3 years on YouTube and as a push to reach 1,000 subscribers, I've got 2 giveaways. The first giveaway is a commemorative plate from Franklin Mint of John Wayne, the Duke. And the second giveaway is a figure of Bebop from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. To win any of these 2, just put in any of my videos, put a comment with either hashtag the Duke or hashtag Bebop. The draw will be done once I've reached 1,000 subscribers, so good luck, and remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. Hello boys and girls, lads and lasses, and welcome back to another Let's Talk Geeky with my co-hosts, Colin and Gilly.
Hello.
Good evening.
Okay, so we're going to follow Twitter's rules. No more 300 words of the whole time.
Now that's only new subscribers for 300. The rest of us can do 600.
Right, okay. And
I'm not sure I know 600 words that are fit to repeat.
we'll get Roman on because he can actually do 6,000.
Good point. But is he verified?
Yes, he basically is paying for it, so because he wanted to get the option so he could edit tweets.
I'm leaning towards doing that also because I'd like to be able to edit, because sometimes I type faster than I think faster than I type, and it doesn't come out well.
Yeah, I just realised. Basically what I do is if I do that, I just delete and then post it again.
And then I lose track of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Tweet, isn't that what birds do?
That's why it's
Yeah,
called Twitter.
them too.
I barely use it, so still I'm working out how to make sure I see what I want to see.
The one I barely use is Facebook.
Yeah, I don't even have a Facebook account.
Yeah, I've got it for the Messenger, but it's there occasionally. I access it, but it's one of those things. I'm not a social media butterfly. Yeah, I'm a social media pariah.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I use Facebook to keep in touch with friends and family and for the reenactment groups and that, but that's about it.
Right.
Yeah. I basically only used it for family, just to actually check out pictures and what they're doing. But on the whole, I probably check Facebook maybe once, twice a week.
Well, my brother's not on Facebook. His kids aren't on Facebook because they were so young when it came out. They weren't allowed to have an account. So I never had to worry about it.
Yeah. It could be worse. I could actually still remember that I used to have Bebo. That was the era of Facebook.
Was it with the saying on Rich King was saying last night on the Castle and Crusade? He's got several social medias here I've never even heard of. I've no idea what they even are. So
they did mention one. I'm sitting there going, I don't even know what that is. Never even the words don't register with me. But see, I've got a Rumble, but I never use it. This is linked to it, so all automatically goes up. But I don't go in and check it. I don't view anything on it. I've got a few others, but I don't really check them. And the only time I check them is actually to post the link for this. So I don't even check them. So it's just things. I'm actually getting to the point I'm doing less and less online. So I'm spending less time online. So instead of like I used to do is maybe at night when I come in from work, I would sit down, watch a couple of YouTube channels, watch a couple of TV programs. I'm switching the internet off and I'm just sitting watching TV. And I'm not even going to it. Even things like Friday Night Tights. Normally what I would do is watch part of it on Friday, then watch the rest of it Saturday and Sunday. Obviously, we were playing Castles and Crusades last night, so I didn't see it. And then I went out metal detecting this morning, so I've been out since 8 o'clock.
Oh, you went out today?
Yes, pelting rain. It was a group dig, so it was, and I found a £2 coin. The thing is,
how new is that?
Well, the thing is, it's 13 years old, but there's a wee bit of a story of a woohoo moment. So I got the coin, right? And I thought, got a coin, yeah. Hope it's not a spendable because I've only ever found a 2p coin. I've never found a coin at all. And I found this coin and I thought, oh, yes. And I was looking at it and I thought, that looks like a £2 coin. But then I noticed the writing on it. It says Florence Nightingale 1820 or something like that. I had a bit of a date and I thought, yes. And I turned it over and it was 2010. It was one of the commemorative ones. So I saw the date for the Florence Nightingale and I thought, 18, oh, you're good. And then I
well, you can tell it must be an old one because these days it'll be Mary Seacole instead. They wouldn't have Florence Nightingale on because she's too white.
Nah,
but she is a woman.
About things like that. That's just what other people say. I don't care what other people say. Never do. But no, as soon as I picked it up, I was not myself. As soon as I realised what I'd done, because the first thought was, oh, it looks like a £2 coin because the £2 coins have got the brass and then the silver.
Yeah.
Right. So it was dirty and it was crusted, so it looked a bit, and I thought a £2 coin. And then I saw the design. I thought that looks a bit weird, and it had hands, and then it said Florence Nightingale at 1820, and I thought yes. And then I turned it over, and there's Queen Elizabeth, 2010. Oh.
Well, you can spend it on something.
Yes. So somebody found an 18-something penny today. I saw somebody pick up a musket ball, and 2 different people found Union padlocks, American padlocks.
Really?
Both of them found a set of 2. It's basically Second World War. They used to have the tanks used to be on the field, American tanks, the Shermans. So obviously, round about there was a military camp, and that's where the Union padlocks came from. So there's just big long padlocks, Union on it. And somebody said that's from the American tanks. Obviously, something's fallen off and it's just been left.
Well, yeah.
So,
and if they're exercising or something, then yeah, not things falling off. Won't even notice.
Yeah. So that's what the reckon it was. So 2 sets. So it's not like somebody's found one, somebody else has found one. It's 2 different people found a set of 2 when they were digging. So whatever it is, it's probably the same idea that something's fallen over it had the 2 padlocks on it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was out today. So from about 8 o'clock this morning until about 3, I got back in, and it was pelting rain. So but it was fun. I had a good time, and then as soon as I came in, instead of flicking that on, I just thought I'm going for a lie down. Getting old. So and then it's basically, even when I woke up, didn't even think about Friday night tights. I just basically, and tomorrow I'm going to be busy, so unlikely to access it as well. So, and truthfully, I don't know. It's not the same as it used to be. I think the thing that actually switched me off was where there was that Gavin guy. The having that nutcase on and he's just flashed himself and just thinking it was funny. It's made me less interested.
I'm not sure. I haven't watched it entirely for a while, on and off. I mean, I find there's quite a few channels I used to watch a lot, and a lot of them aren't doing as much as they used to, and I'm not watching that much, so much either.
Yeah. But I'm the same as well, because I used to watch Linda Page. Got fed up with him.
Well, he's done hardly anything, which he used to do regularly, drop him 2, 3, 4 times a week. No, I haven't noticed anything from him for ages.
Aye, but even before that, I just there was a few. I don't know. I think the things is when people put their politics in. When they're talking about certain things and then they start going on about a certain group because they don't agree with them politically, and I just go switch off. I don't care what one they're going, if they're hard right or hard left. I don't care. As soon as they actually start saying they start derogatory a group, I just get fed up with them. That's it. I stop. And Lindy Bates did it as well. The only one I've actually, it's even the. I used to watch the Command Zone for Magic the Gathering. Don't watch that either, and it's not them. It's Magic cards because they've released the Lord of the Rings card, and basically they did a Lord of the Rings one, and it's basically the cards are not Lord of the Rings. So you've got all the characters, and you're sitting there thinking, "No, that's not him. That's not him."
Yep. That's not
and
him.
that's the thing because they've changed them all.
Yeah.
They swapped them all, so I just no care. But I started going out of favour for them is because they started banning cards because you've got the 5 colours in it. You've got red, you've got blue, you've got green, you've got white, and you've got black. And some of the white cards they started banning because it had a knight on it or something like that. And I just thought, no, they're basically see the way they were going because they were the reason they were banning them.
Because they have no idea how language works.
Yeah, and but the thing is, they're acting as if people who play white cards are really bad, and you're sitting there thinking the most popular color in that card game is black because it's the most powerful. But they're acting as if people who play the white cards are the ones that are the problem, and people play them because of the different synergies within them.
Well,
I was just absolutely nuts.
Sorry, excuse me, I've got to sneeze things again.
Yeah, I just get I get fed up when they start going down that route, and so I just basically as soon as bounce, something happened there. I saw something happening on YouTube as well. Basically, I've got it opened in the other window, and it just went
on
right.
Start camera, and there was a camera on here. That's why. And like instead of clicking, well, no, there's a guy I used to watch quite a lot who does book reviews and adaptation reviews. And he started, and then he started. Then unfortunately, at one point, a couple of years ago, he came out and he what started less in my interest when he came out, and he's very good. He's very clever. He's very good at what does the book. Really, really good professional. But it comes up, and he was a big Harry Potter fan, and at one point he then comes up, of course, at the start of all the fuss, and says he doesn't know how to balance his love of Harry Potter with J.K. Rowling's horrendously transphobic tweets, unquote. And yeah. I was watching what he was watching. I was a little while ago, and he was doing Lord of the Rings. And at one point he said about the hobbits, and he's saying that in fact in the book the hobbits are quite insular, all this, that, and the other. In fact, he says, in fact, you can bet they probably all vote Republican. At which point I turned the video off.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I've done. It's basically even some of the ones that where they class them as right wing, they're basically usually means that they're just quite okay, and they basically don't fall into the pandering. And then some of them started going on about the political opposition, and I just went, no, same reason. I don't care about I don't care when I'm watching entertainment. I don't want to watch it for politics at all. I've got very strong political views, right? But that's my views. Yeah, I'm mouthy, but I don't. But if we're on to entertain, we're on to entertain.
Yeah, basically not on to. There's a woman here in the States named Laura Ingram, and a few years back she wrote a book called "Shut Up and Sing." Basically saying, we like listening to you sing. We like watching you act. We like watching you, hit the ball, throw the ball, catch the ball.
Yeah.
What we don't need is to hear you tell us what to think.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's they tell them. The two of them are actually annoying. The two of them are trying to climb all over them. But it's a case of, as I've said, the Big Bang Theory. The one that annoys me is my favourite character on it.
Yeah.
As an actor, no interest in him. But his character of Howard Wolowitz is great, but he's very political.
Yeah.
Jim Parsons, maybe political, maybe not. You don't know.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's, you look at it, I mean, there was that thing, wasn't there, a few years ago with the, started the not Chris Pine, the other one,
Chris Pratt
thing, where everybody in the venues got up and decided to endorse something to do with the Democrats, and he didn't say no, he didn't declare anything, he just didn't stand up with them, and that's when they started going at him, because he just not for what he may or may not believe, but because he wasn't with the crowd.
Yeah, but that's the same. It's that's why there's a couple of things I agree. Like when Nerdrotic's doing stuff, his Friday night tights, I'm getting less and less interested in.
Yeah,
but his reviews and stuff like that,
yeah,
I still really enjoy.
Well, I noticed just as I was flipping through before coming in, Mauler is currently he's probably going to do a 4-day long EFAP on Indiana Jones and Dial Up of Destruction.
Yeah, I was going to see it.
That's probably going to be about 4 days long, I suspect.
Yeah, I was meant to go and see it on Wednesday, but it basically fell through, so
I had no interest in it.
Well, my father-in-law wanted to go and see it, so I was going with my father-in-law.
Well,
so
I've seen it on the high seas, so I may check it out from home.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't have enough interest in it to see it on the high seas.
I said I might.
No. I mean, that's fine. I mean, some people do. I mean, because I've
heard mixed things. I mean, somebody we know over in Discord, she loved it. Absolutely loved it. And then I've heard other people say, why? It's 2.5 hours long. Why?
Well, I mean, I've seen that. I mean, I saw, I think the Drinker and Az both dropped reviews of it at about the same time. And they both said that the first 20 minutes or so is really good.
It's Indiana Jones.
Then it goes down when it starts. And the thing, it's not only that, but I don't. Maybe it's just selective vision, but with a lot of these things, I see what they're actually putting out for the trailers and the advertising, and I think, no thanks. I see what they're actually putting out as the actual trailers, and I go,
yeah. The thing is, with a lot of these, they do the opposite. They'll put out different stuff for the trailers to make it look good. It's the
of course.
Switch, and then when you get in, you paid your money. They've already got your money.
Well, I do sometimes wonder, and I'm kind of almost clinging on to this as a hope for a show we all know. If how much of this is the publicity, because we don't, you've no way of knowing what a show or film is going to be until you've seen it. Yeah. So we judge it on the publicity, and obviously the publicity people put out what they think people want to see.
But no, there's also, remember, there's the old adage in PR is there's no such thing as bad publicity. So as long as people are talking about it, it makes no difference.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is, a lot of these things is that they reckon it's not to do with who watches it, it's how many mentions it gets. But so I remember someone saying regarding Brie Larson and all the fuss that came out with her, and then when she turned around and apparently when asked if she's going to play Captain Marvel again, she said, "I don't know if they want me to." Someone suggested that maybe the reason she comes across the way she, and this was a very specific example, it's one saying about her, that she comes across that because that's what the people surrounding her have told her people believe. I mean, you get the likes of what was her name, Moses something,
Moses
played Moses Ingram or Black Dwarf, Sophia something, all these things come out. I mean, particularly darker melanin actors and actresses start coming out saying, you know, but when you say, oh, I was told to expect the racist backlash, you think, okay, how much of that is being put out? Is that what they actually feel themselves? Or is that what they've been told? They've been told, you know, look, you're going to get this. So that's what that's what they expect. That's what they're looking at for. That's what they filter everything back through. So they can't actually see if someone says, well, look, this was a terrible character. This character doesn't make sense. We didn't like this character. They're automatically filtering it through because the publicity people and Disney and whoever have told them this is what you're going to get.
Yeah, but there's also, remember, a lot of people nowadays are victims for the sake of victimhood.
Oh, yeah, there's that as well.
So basically, it doesn't matter what. If somebody could turn around and say, I really liked the character, but it didn't really fit in then they're racist. It doesn't matter if they like the character. That's basically it, because as soon as you say, but that's it, you basically not meant to any negative about it, so you are victimizing them, and that's the problem. It's literally there's a lot of people who have experienced racism. In effect, they just go on and just do what they live their life, and they don't care about other people's thoughts. Obviously, when it happens, it's the same as anything. It's everybody's met nasty people. Doesn't matter if it's because calling you names because of the colour of your skin, your whatever, or baldy, or glasses, or overweight. There's nasty people who'll just pick whatever characteristic they can actually exploit. It doesn't matter. Most people just go on and just think arse and then just continue on with their life. But then you've got the people who want that because it gives them status. And that's the problem. That's the people I just don't care about. Because turning around saying racism doesn't exist, it does, but it's not as bad as it used to be. And that's what it's meant to be. It's about progression or progress or, yeah, I mean.
And a lot of it goes to why they don't want to believe it even exists.
Yes.
I mean, did you see about the RAF getting caught?
Yes. Basically, being told that they were being racist because they actively ignored white applicants.
Yep.
So basically, they were told they were like, it's the same in you look at the States. Was it the High Court or the Supreme Court? It basically turned around and says,
yeah,
is racist.
Yeah, what they did was because most of the universities, especially the top ones, were starting to lower standards for people who aren't white or Asian.
Yep.
And we call Asians Chinese, Japanese, Korean, because
that's another thing as well. Right, there was always classifications like we're British or we're Scottish or we're English or we're Glaswegian, or so you would always have. But what they're doing now is it's making they're saying you've not got Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Arab, this, that. They're just going. They're all Asian.
Well, there's
basically muddy the waters.
Well, exactly. So, but when we talk about somebody who's from India, we'll just say they're Indian. If we talk about someone from Pakistan,
they want
Chinese, Japanese, Korean, we've referred to them as Asian.
Yes,
it's the opposite.
They've actually opened that up now. Yeah. Indians going Asian, Arabs going.
They are.
And
I mean,
they're from the Asian continent.
Asia is everything. Almost everything east of pretty much east of the Med. I mean, you've got that little bit there just above.
In the categorization, so we're all European, but we don't class ourselves as European. But the thing is, they're now actually changing it so you can't. They're basically trying to actually say, "Oh well, it's racist to actually say Indian or Chinese or
Right.
Japanese. You have to call them Asian because they're all
It's
a homogenous zone.
Right.
it's
It's the same as surprise, surprise. The woman who was actually slagging, it was all to do with Cleopatra. They were basically turning around and saying there was one saying, yeah, you might be African, but you're not black. Whereas other people are saying you're African, so you must be black. And you're sitting there
It's-
thinking,
at the risk of being offensive to at least two of the ladies listening, and others. There's
so we're
seems
coming to the American thing now.
no. What I was going to say was there seems to be. I mean, it's long been said, and it probably is an extreme generalism and stereotype. But it's long been said from Europe that Americans view the rest of the world as America and other places, partly because they don't need to go, because America's such a big place. They don't need to go outside of the continental United States for almost anything, unless you want to go somewhere really cold like the Antarctic, and so on.
Canada's pretty cold and they're close.
They just go to Alaska. They don't need to go to outside America.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't need to, yeah, but no, but the thing is that there seems to be this. I mean, and admittedly, I'm definitely. I think I've
cut off. You just got.
So yeah, I just noticed. I mean, I'm picking up some of these ideas up certainly from what I've heard from other places. That you seem to have got things that come up with the French, they get exported to America, get looked at through an American lens because an American lens is different to a European lens. Of course, it is. You've got 200-300 years of completely different history to us.
Right.
So it seems to be this thing that looks back that says Africa. It's almost as if they think Africa. Some people think Africa is a country, not a continent. That anybody that comes from
that's not necessarily an American thing, because I mean, look at the Ginger Whinger. He says,
Well, yeah.
"I love Africa." Well, there's a lot of places in Africa. Do you love Tunisia?
I think the problem with that is I don't necessarily want to say
he's calling it as an Americanism, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking
he was saying that before he moved here, and you guys.
No, but I'm saying Americanism as in the Americanization of the West because of the amount of TV shows, movies it came out of America. That's why you think about it. If we look back at the 70s, 60s, and 70s. We saw occasional American TV shows. So a lot of the stuff they would go on about, like, they would say something like fish and chips, or they'd basically call it a butty, and people would be no an issue. But then when we started getting more and more American movies and TV shows. You never heard butty. It was always a roll, or it would be a sandwich, or it would be a bagel, and it would be the Americanization. That's what we're talking about, the gradual Americanization. Because, in effect, America has a big impact.
Yeah.
Since maybe the 90s, I would say, because of the amount of TV shows and movies that came over.
Because a lot of it got into the American.
One of our major exports is pop culture.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Americanization. So basically, things that we would have actually, when we were in school, we were getting about Africa, we were getting about different locations. So we didn't class Africa as a country, we classed it as areas on it. So you knew about Congo, you knew about.
Also, to be fair, one of the reasons that people are referred to as African Americans is because they don't know where in Africa they're from.
True.
Let's be fair.
I can understand that. Yeah,
so been here 400 years, and they've got a little bit of Nigeria, a little bit of Ghana, a little bit of this, little bit of that. So they are African.
And to be honest, most of those countries probably didn't exist 400 years ago.
But on the other hand, I'm part Irish, part Scottish, part German, part Hungarian, part Russian. I do not refer to myself as a European American. I just call myself and American.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the same idea. I don't class myself as an Italian Scot or an Irish
You're
Scot.
more
I'm
Scottish
just
than
Scot.
Italian.
I'm actually, yes, half Scottish, quarter
Well,
Italian, quarter
it's
Irish, but I don't use it. To me, even if I was fully, my both sides of my family were Italian or German or whatever, I would be Scottish because that's where I'm from. It's the same as a few of my friends. Their parents are either Indian or their parents, basically both sides, but they come over here in when before my friends were born, so in the late 50s, early 60s, and they just class themselves as Scottish. They don't
Right.
class themselves
Well,
as
it's
Indian Scottish. They speak Punjabi or whatever, but they don't as far as they're concerned, they're Scottish because they were
well,
born
it
and they've been bred and they've been brought up in Scotland. So they're
it's
Scottish.
it's something that seems to be a largely American idea of saying, not everybody, obviously, but it seems you seem to hear in with American, I'm Irish American, I'm or whatever. I mean, I don't think I know the Canadians do have the French Canadians consider themselves different, and that's fair enough. Different language, but that's it. It does seem to be something you hear very often from outside of America, the Ivan world. But what gets me is, I think, what these things. I mean, that they are either deliberately or without reason conflating what I think of as three completely and utterly different ideas: race, i.e., ethnicity, as in race, nationality, and culture. I mean, I was thinking about this in completely nothing in relation to this. I was thinking about this one about Castles and Crusades. I'm thinking that my character's an elf, grows up in a forest, so my characters are elves are likely to have a lot of things about them that are sort of druidic, that are range. We have tracking skills. We have elves, going to have archery skills. So I'm thinking, if you get, say, a human who grows up within that elven culture, they're not going to have the game mechanics race. They're not going to have the extra dexterity, less constitution, etc. that an elf has, because that's a racial thing. But they're probably going to have a lot of the same skills and knowledge because that's a cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you get, as you said, I mean, as you say, Kelly, you're American. That's your nationality.
Yep.
Right. African American.
Well, we've discussed this before. Here, nationality is not the same as ethnicity. It's just not. And for years and years and years, it was for you all. And now that it's changing, some people are having problems dealing with that.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, I would say that anybody. This is the problem. I think is the problem that we have, although that a lot of places have. I mean, France, for example, seems to be having big problems at the moment. It's not with ethnic integration; it's with cultural integration. Because if you bring your ethnicity over with, you can't change your ethnicity.
Nope,
you can change your culture.
Well, in France, it's illegal to do a DNA test unless it's for paternity purposes.
Wow.
Whereas in the UK, in the US, and Canada, there's big money.
Yeah.
Selling ethnicity tests. But you can't do it in France. And I'm convinced part of it is because they want to maintain this fiction of the ethnically pure Frenchmen, and they're all Germans.
Yeah.
Or Arabs. I mean, the southern ones are more Italian or Arabic, and the northern ones are Germans. I mean, they don't want to admit this. And in Germany, they're all German, so they don't need to take the test. A friend of mine, her family is half from Ireland and half from Italy. She took an ethnicity, and she knows this for a fact. She knows exactly where her family came from documents. But when she took the DNA test, she didn't come up as Italian. Why? Because not enough Italians are taking the test. So they got nobody to match her up with.
Well, see, That's another thing as well. I know where my grandfather was born. He was born in southern Italy, but it was called San Biagio di Saracina. So basically Saracens. So
Right.
basically a lot of the bloodline from there were either Spanish or Arab.
Well, you look. I mean, if you
Because
go,
it was a Saracen settlement, it was still so. It's
well, a lot of
basically so. If I did the DNA test, I know fine well I'm not going to get quarter, half, and half, or a half, quarter, and quarter. I know fine well it's going to be thingy because from the Italian side, it's going to be because it's the location where they were born. It's called San Biagio di Saracina, so it's basically the Saracens. And basically controlled that. So you can imagine the bloodlines mixed, and that's where a lot of it came from.
well, you go back exactly. If you go back to 1492 when Columbus
Sailed the ocean blue.
the ocean blue. 1493 Columbus stole legacy. When he does all that, like, part of the reason part of the motivation for doing that is that the Islamic world has recently taken Constantinople and basically cut Europe off from everyone else. And part of the reason that they can do it is that the Spanish have recently finished the Reconquista and kicked Spanish Arabic influence out of Spain. So you've still got, you've got a lot of, a lot of the place names in Spain are actually
like
more
the Alhambra and Alcantara. Yeah, there's a lot of Arabic names.
So a lot of it. There's some really I hadn't noticed myself. Someone pointed it out, but George Bush, I think it was Bush. I might be getting it wrong about this one. One apparently turned around and said something, and he said, "My God named the stars," and then someone started pointing out how many of the stars have actually got Arabic names, because anything that starts with Al, like Aldebaran, is Spanish,
or Greek names or Latin names.
Yeah. Right. But I think the thing was, I think it was probably specifically recently after 2000, September 11th, etc., etc. It was in relation to that general scenario. At some point, okay, anything that's got an Al in it is Arabic. Those who are interested in history know, you can't just paint it black and white. As I said, as we say, if you're in Southern Europe, chances are, there is probably absolutely no difference going back.
Don't worry, we'll start talking about Hogan's Heroes and stuff like that now.
but there's probably absolutely very little difference between someone whose family for hundreds of years, let's go back from Corsica or Sardinia or the toe of Italy or Marseille, and someone whose family for hundreds of years has been the width of the bed further south on North Africa, in Morocco or Tunisia. And yet those people, one side of the Med, how was the Med? 50, 60 miles? I have no idea. I'm crap at geography. But however it is, they're European, X hundred miles south, they're African, despite the fact there's probably hardly any difference between them in appearance. I remember there used to be, I don't know if it's still used, but back when I was doing it, there was what was called an identification code system, was IC. And for starters, it has the appearance of, so it was a visual, it wasn't direct, but you had IC1 was North European, IC2 was South European, IC3 was what we would these days call black, IC4 was Asian, as in what we might call brown Asian, so India, Pakistan, etc. IC5 was Far East Asian, So Chinese, Japanese, etc. I think 6 was Arab. And there were a couple of others, but it was still like that. So it was the appearance of, as you were saying earlier on, Asia, just because Asian doesn't necessarily mean East Asian, as in Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, etc. I wonder if one of the reasons why to Americans, Asian tends to mean what we might call yellow is because your history in Southeast Asia, Vietnam, etc.
Well, I think it started before Vietnam because we had Chinese immigrants
Well,
in the 19th century.
You had the coolies basically coming over building the roads.
Building the railroads.
Yeah.
Whereas in our case, our main experience of Europe was, well, South Asia was the bit we used to own,
right,
which was most of it, which is what we called India, which was India, Pakistan, Burma, all that whole area, the subcontinent. So I do wonder if there's a difference. And in, again, historical perspective is perfectly understandable. Mm-hmm. The bits that are, and also you're closer to the yellow.
Right. I mean, we're on the west. We border the Pacific also. We're part of not only Atlantic, the U.S. and Canada. We're not only part of North Atlantic treaties, we're also part of Pacific treaties.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we were going down the route, if everybody from a certain place was actually classified, then South and North Canada isn't Canada, they're American. If we went down the same route of Asia.
They don't want to admit
but South America are America. So both of them are
America. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're all America.
What are we supposed to call ourselves? Statesians?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's the same idea as the way they've homogenized everybody, even though people used to actually know where people came from based on they were Indian, even if they were Pakistani or but they were Indian because or they were European or they were that type of thing, or Asian. We knew it's America. It's if you're going with the route of everybody around there is Asian because then everybody here is American because the same thing.
No, I get it. But the whole going back to the original start of this conversation, this court decision, the Supreme Court basically said you cannot say that just because a person is black or brown, that means they don't need to be as good as somebody who's white or
Asian. And did you see a lot of the people who
Indians,
are coming out defending it?
Indian students do really, really well in school too. So it's not just Chinese or I mean, not we don't get a whole, Chinese or Vietnamese or Japanese or Koreans. It does include Indians because they're discriminated against too, because even though their skin is pretty dark brown, a lot of them, they're still considered white because they do well in school.
Did you see a lot of the ones that were trying to defend it getting criticised?
Oh my God!
They were getting criticised by. They were getting not only they were getting criticised just by a certain group. They were getting criticised by everybody. Like for instance, saying that means a lot more black people won't be able to go to university and college. And somebody said it was a black woman turned around and says, "So we're all stupid then."
Right, exactly. I said that to somebody. I actually came right out and said that to somebody. So in other words, you're saying that black people or women couldn't get into university if they weren't black or women.
Yeah, but it's the fact that somebody had said that basically, a black woman actually turned around and says, "So you're saying we're all dumb, are we?"
Well, the left
and you can see the justification of it. It's exactly it.
Leftists are the racists. You know when they're doing something, the louder they accuse me of doing it.
Yeah, and the thing is that there's a lot of people out there who they turn around as they basically, as I said in America, that if you disagree with all these white liberals, then you're racist.
Well, of course.
Even if you're black, then you're a Uncle Tom and stuff like that. You're sitting there thinking, so the racist people are telling people need to be segregated And if a black person doesn't agree with them, are being racist towards them, are telling us we're all racist because we don't agree with them.
I think you can tell the way it's going from the fact that back years ago, it used to be called positive discrimination. And at the time that came, I mean, I can make cases for where positive discrimination is perhaps appropriate. For example, the education sector. I don't know what it's like in the States, but in the UK, the vast majority of people in the primary schools, especially, are female. There's a massive, great lack of male representation, male role models, male teachers. So exactly. Yeah. So therefore, a case could be made for saying, okay, well, we really could do with more male staff members. So we won't necessarily change the standards, but if we've got candidates who are equal, we will tend to go for the males.
But they'll never do that because they're men.
Yeah, no, but the point is, there's part of me that says, no, hold on, I hate that idea because you're disadvantaged. But another part that says there's a logic behind it because you've got a situation. But they change it. They stop calling it a positive discrimination because they worked out one second to discriminate people. The discrimination was it. That's why it becomes called affirmative action.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, and I've always said that positive discrimination leads to negative.
It's still discrimination, just the very
word. That's exactly because it's still discrimination in this. Like if I can give you an example. It's about must have been about 25 years ago. My friend worked in a supermarket, right, and they were employing people to work in the tills. And they had 10 people in, and one of them was an Indian woman. She got the job, but she was the slowest. She could hardly speak English, and she couldn't work the machinery. But they had to fill their quota. Yeah. So to me, that positive discrimination led to 9 people with negative discrimination. Yeah. And guess what? They were all sitting in the same interview process at the same time. So they knew the woman couldn't do the job as well as anybody in that, but they got it. So to me, that led them to easily be racist because there's no point going for a job because that person's going to get it. That person's going to get it because of the colour of their skin. So it leads to them being resentful of people, and it wasn't the woman's fault.
No,
it was the shop's fault, not the woman. It was the shop and the government because they had to fill a quota, and the woman. I'm sure if she turned around and says, "Sorry, you didn't get the job because there was other people more," she would have probably went, "That's the way it goes." But she got the job, so it's not her fault. It's the shop. It gave her the job because they had to fill a quota. And that's the part, because that quota filling means all the other people could easily start being disgruntled against that community because they know they were better, but the person got the job because of the colour of their skin. But it's not them. It's getting the problem. It's causing it. It's the people. Surprise, surprise. Usually white liberals who are causing the problem for everybody else.
Of course it is. I have a friend who happens to be black, and she graduated #1 in her class in high school, and she got into her top college, her top choice university, and she spent the entire time having to prove that she didn't get in just because she's black. Why is that fair?
It's not. That's the same. It's the same as people actually turn around. See, I've been asked a couple of times because I've worked in the IT sector since '95, right? And people say, "Don't you actually get annoyed that you've got women bosses?" I've had women bosses my whole working life.
Yeah, me too.
Basically, I've had women bosses since I was born because I had 3 older sisters. My mum. I says, so And my wife.
Heard that. We heard that.
Bravo, Mrs. Maybe. Bravo.
Yes.
But the thing is, I've always had, so when I went into the work environment, I didn't see why would I have to see it as an issue, because I grew up with it. Yeah, I worked with my dad and my granddad and my uncles and all that. And my sister wanted to do it. My granddad said nope. He basically said he kept saying no because you're a girl, but accordingly he says no because it's crap work and you should be doing better.
Well, I mean,
rather than telling her you could do better than all these boys,
Hi, Gary.
he basically turns around and says, "Nah, this is boys' work. It's not."
Well,
girls'
yeah,
work."
exactly. I mean, as
Oh,
Kenny
hey,
said,
Gary.
it's
Good to see
discrimination is discrimination.
Yeah,
Um,
but that's the thing.
and,
I've
yeah,
always
and if
believed
you're
that.
discriminating, if you're discriminating, either way, you're discriminating for one is positive and against them, so it's always positive and negative. But
Yeah,
I mean, these days it gets to the point of whatsoever, and there's, I mean, I'm not sure how it's going down, but I remember when I think it's the latest Supreme Court judge got appointed. She was being referred to as the Honourable
do not
Justice
get me
Diversity
started on
Hub.
her. This woman wrote an absolutely inane dissent to the decision,
Oh
and
dear God!
it was. And the funny thing is, funny haha, and funny brilliant, is that the person who wrote the actual decision is also black.
I was going to say, yeah, I've seen pictures of him. He's
Yeah, Clarence
but-
Thomas. He's brilliant man, brilliant man.
yeah.
Who
And he was the one that's actually. He's basically. I've seen a few of the interviews with him.
he's incredible.
Oh, because
is he the one that said something?
Was he not the one that on a radio show somebody had says you wouldn't understand because you're white?
Oh, I don't
And he
remember
basically
that.
says just because I'm conservative, you assumed I was white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I don't remember who it was,
Basically,
but somebody actually. No, it wasn't him. There was somebody else.
was it not him? It's
There's some other well-known black person in the States who. There's a guy named David Webb. That's it.
was
David.
it David
His
Webb?
name is David Webb, and he was doing an interview with somebody who said, "Well, you wouldn't understand because you're not black," and he goes, "Yeah, I am.
In black.
You should have done your homework because I'm as black as you're gonna get."
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, I said, I mean, you
He's
do
brilliant.
that, and you see. I mean, I've seen people a few years ago. You'd get people doing reviews, and it was they didn't even bother remember character's name. They said diversity hire this. That. How must that be for someone who actually wants? As to say, so your friends who actually wants to get, everybody thinks that you're here because of your whatever box you tick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the same as this thing that, I mean, you said about, do you mean that black people can't get into uni on their own? It's like, this whole thing with race swapping and not just race swapping, but sexuality swapping, gender, all these characters in films. What you're actually saying is that particular identity, whatever it is, isn't good enough to make a character on their own, so you have to take another one.
No, but the best one was Captain America, when they passed the mantle on to Falcon. And as Neurotic says, is Falcon was a great character in the comics.
Black Captain
However,
Falcon.
These people actually think that because he's black, he needs to have another mantle. So he's no longer Falcon, he's a Captain America, which a lot of people refer to him as Captain Falcon America or Captain America Falcon or whatever. Basically, they're still separating them. And it's the fact is, these people who are writing it instead of actually keeping the Falcon as the Falcon, which was a popular character, they thought, no, he needs to actually have that white guy's title. So
Yeah.
and then
Well,
you're
so-
sitting there thinking as if to say Falcon was actually I would remember growing up watching the cartoons.
I think
And-
someone's
and-
got a Falcon comic somewhere.
I've no, but the ones I remember are X-Men. And you had Storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so and Storm was one of the greatest characters in it.
Well, the
I
New
actually
Mutants. I've never seen a more diverse group.
Aye, but we're talking about good ones. The
Hey, I like the New Mutants when they first came out. They're good.
yeah, I wear, and it's the same idea right across
yeah.
the board there. But the fact is, some of the better characters were characters that were characters, and that was it. Didn't sit and think, I don't really like that character because they're black. I don't like that character because they're a woman. I don't like that character because, yeah, I mean, you saw one of my figures last week, Bruce Lee. I didn't turn around and say, don't like him because he's no white.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've got Bruce Lee and I'm just actually sitting there thinking, I wish I could fight like that.
Yeah. Well,
Exactly.
the other thing
that skill and that dedication, but
you think about the same people that will swap this and swap that will probably then in the next breath complain about cultural appropriation.
of course they
Of
do.
course. But it's only cultural appropriation when it's
a
the
one-way
white
street.
people. But I mean,
Yeah.
I'm having Chinese food for lunch tomorrow. Let's say, does that
I
make
had it
me
yesterday.
whatever? I'm sorry.
I had it yesterday.
Okay. What did I have for lunch? Oh, I had French toast today, which is really not French, so nobody cares.
Yeah, but
What, so I had spaghetti bolognese. Does that make me Italian?
My wife
Exactly.
makes a beautiful French toast. But what do you class as French toast? I've had this argument with a friend who his description of French toast and mine's were different.
Really?
Whereas
How do you
he
make it?
didn't even call but what he called French toast, other people call eggy bread.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
And it's no, but they're completely different.
What do you call French toast?
Well, French toast is whisk yolks, bit of pepper, and basically
Pepper?
the bread. Aye. But
Oh, here it's sweet.
no. My daughter likes it sweet. I don't. But so basically dipped and then fried, then a bit of salt and brown sauce over it. Yes.
Yeah, we make it with slices of bread dipped in eggs.
Yep.
And then you put syrup on it. It's sort of like pancakes.
See, my daughter likes honey on it. No.
Yeah, we put
I
maple
like mine
syrup on.
savoury, so I put salt and brown sauce on mine.
I've never tried that way. Yeah, that would be a bit.
But see,
that would be more like scrambled eggs for me rather than French toast.
yeah, well, because it's eggs, it has to be savoury for me. I can't actually take eggs.
In
Yeah, I know
France,
what
they
you're
call
saying.
it pain perdu, which is also eggy bread.
Well,
So,
see,
yeah,
how
that's-
would
that's
you
what we
what would you class as eggy bread? Because the description that my friend gave us, I said that's eggy bread, and it's because the difference between that and French toast.
No, everybody here that I know in North America calls French toast bread dipped in eggs, fried with maple syrup.
So interesting because it's not actually toast; it's fried bread anyway. So
It's
It
fried
is
bread.
exactly. It's not fried. The French call pain perdu.
Well,
Yeah.
see, the eggy bread, right? One of my friends described it as they get a slice of bread, cut the centre out, put it in the frying pan, and put an egg in the centre, and then fry it from there.
Okay.
that's interesting.
So
way of doing it.
that's eggy bread because it's completely different from French toast. So it basically still gets the egg seeping out, and then they turn it, same idea, but it's completely different from French toast. And I like mine savoury. I'm a savoury one for that. But I'm actually starting to feel hungry. My wife makes a killer French toast, so she does it. So basically, yum 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 yum. I have it that often. I've got
Welcome to the Let's Talk Geeky cooking stream.
I have it that often in my man cave. I've got so basically I keep that through here. But yeah, eggy bread, yum yum.
Yeah, I was just saying because Peter Harrington says he likes fried bread with grilled tomato. We have something, I don't know what you guys call it. We in North America have something called what we call grilled cheese, which is bread, a sandwich, but it's basically with cheese in the middle and fried. And a lot of people put bacon or tomatoes inside.
Yeah,
And it
we
is so
basically
good.
toasted cheese, basically the sandwich. I used to do it. You base it and you just
Right. Because we used to have toasted cheese. It was an open face sandwich, but a grilled cheese is more of a
yeah.
actual sandwich with, and then you can add bacon or tomato or
See,
whatever.
cheese and toast is open face. Toasted
Roast rabbit.
cheese,
Mm.
toasted cheese is separate. Is different.
Yeah,
As
we
we
called
usually.
it. Trying to think. Yeah, I've just always called it grilled cheese, but it's really good, and it's a comfort food in most people, for most people I know here in North America.
Yeah, I like thick cheese on it, so the cheese is just starting to melt. I don't like.
Ooh, you're making me hungry.
I'm
And I
not.
just ate a whole bunch of Cadbury Roundies after my French toast. It's been a very sweet day.
Yeah. And I had a nice stew, so that yum 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 yum.
I just nuked a frozen
Yep.
spag bol.
See, that's basically eggy bread, same as what people call French toast. But it's weird that because it's the same idea as beans, toast, and cheese, right?
Yeah, we don't do beans. We don't do beans on toast here.
Oh, beans, toast, and cheese, right? So you got your bread, toast it, and then you put the beans on top, and then layers of cheese over the top of that, and under the grill, let the cheese melt over it. So you've toasted the bread, you've heated the beans, and then it's just a case of melting over. Oh, absolutely fantastic! But different names. I always called it beans, toast, and cheese because very descriptive. None of this thing. Whereas my wife used to call it cheesy beanos.
I remember the first time I ever saw anybody eating beans on toast. I thought it was a little weird, but I was only 10.
No,
We do
beans and
not do
toast.
that here, I'll tell
I
you that.
enjoy it. See if you get a chance, baked beans with cheese on top. So you instead of your cheese and toast, put the beans in underneath and let the cheese just melt over it. Wow.
Yeah.
You know, sandwiches. I never really liked onion on my sandwiches. My wife finds it weird because my family used to make, believe it or not, people used to call it tuna salad. We grew up calling it macaroni, tuna fish, salad, cream, and onions. No, we never
Did you get any more words in there?
Yeah, basically,
so basically, your family was the Leonard the Quirm of naming food.
In effect, it was just basically we described exactly what it was, but like beans, toast, and cheese. It was the cheesy beanos. It was beans, toast, and cheese, and it was macaroni, tuna fish, salad, cream, and onions. And people say, but that's tuna pasta. No, I don't like tuna pasta. I like macaroni, tuna fish, salad, cream, and onions. Whereas I don't like onions and anything else, but I have to have onions in it, and they have to be raw onions. They can't be cooked. And it's things like that. So, but it's one of those things. I don't like onions, but you need them, and that's because I grew up with it. And if it's not got onions, it doesn't.
I like the flavor onions bring to food. I don't like them in and of themselves.
I'm not as great with onions. I usually try and leave the onions,
but I don't like all
occasionally, I love pickled onions. Why? But occasionally, if I'm having a burger or something, I want fried onions on top. I don't know what it is. Most of the time, I usually say no onions. I'm not as keen. Sometimes I want them fried and I want them on it. For some reason, I just get that. I'm starting to be hungry. Garlic buttered rolls. A bagel with garlic.
Everything bagels are fantastic.
A bagel with Philly cheese on it, or even the garlic cheese on it, nice and thick, as well. But anyway, what else have you been doing apart from thinking about food?
Just saying. What are we talking about? TV? I actually did binge watch something that apparently none of you have heard of. It's a British show called Madame Blanc. It's a mystery. Takes place in the south of France, even though it was filmed off the coast of Italy.
You did mention that last week and the week
but
before.
I'd only seen episode 1 by that point. I binge watched the rest of the episodes that night.
All right.
Yeah.
And
good.
I really like it. It's this woman, her name is Jean White, hence the Madame Blanc. Mm-hmm. And she's from, I believe, Cheshire, and she is an antique dealer. And her husband is murdered in the south of France. And she goes down to the south of France to find out what the hell is going on. And she ends up staying there, solving other mysteries before her own husband's mystery gets solved, which is in the very last episode of series 1. I really liked it. It's your basic cozy mystery, and you know how much I love cozy mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying to Colin before that we're having a Death in Paradise marathon on the 4th of July on Tuesday. It's going to be wall-to-wall Richard Poole. So I'm very excited about that, even though I'm not going to be home for most of it. Pardon?
Yeah. Richard is definitely the best one of them all.
Yeah. I think
he set the standard. And everybody still try to actually live up to that fish out of water.
Which is why there are people talking about having Florence come back as the DI. It's the whole point is the fish out of water, and she's not.
Just because she worked in France.
She's local. Not even that. She's from Sainte Marie. She's local.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It says she works from France, but it's the people who are making these decisions are saying, no, we can't have another white guy in that role.
Oh, so you could bring in a French person because they would also be a fish out of water.
Yeah, but that's the reason.
Somebody from a gendarmerie in Paris.
But that's the reason they don't want a white guy doing it, and they're doing that, and then they're forgetting the whole purpose of it is the fish out of water, but they don't see that. They're just saying, well, we need a black woman in there, so bring Florence back, and there'll be a case of, well, you've completely destroyed the fun part of it because it's just another police story.
I don't think it will work with a black lead character, because that point all you've got another you've got everybody looks the same. Okay, so you got someone from England. I just don't think it worked with a black character because it wouldn't be so stand out.
Well,
I think a female lead, to be quite honest, I that will probably work. But it would need to be an English female or British female.
But as long as it's not the DI they had, that she was he was annoying.
Yeah,
they would need a good one. But then again, that would work as well. However, if they did, and then it's just people from the island that were the police, then it's no longer a fish out of water one. It's just a police series set in Sainte Marie, so it's nothing special. It's just another one.
That's why it can't be Florence being the DI or Camille.
They will. But the problem is they will, because the people who are actually making the decisions don't care about that. They don't actually think that will make any difference. It's a fish out of water. We can't actually change it. Don't be silly. We need a black woman as a lead.
She'd be a fish
Then
out
you
of
go,
water
how
too
can you write?
if she's British.
If she was British, yes, it would work. However,
Yeah,
Right. But on the other
I,
hand, the commissioner would not be able to be quite as snarky with her as he is with the
exactly.
men, because then he'd be accused of being a
Sexist.
misogynist, which he
Yep.
is.
Uh-huh.
But it would be really obvious if the DI were a woman.
Yeah. But that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It's they would change the dynamics, and it's not as if just because it's a white DI that he knows everything. And he's basically looking for all the ones that know the island, know the people. And like when he was talking to Fidel, and Fidel says so and so stayed in, and I used to do that, and I know him because of this, and I used to go to school with him. And it's a case of local knowledge, or else with Dwayne, he knew all the criminals used to play, or probably actually sat and drank with them most of the time. But it's that the local knowledge, and they knew what they were doing. It's not as if he had to explain to them all. Some of them would actually look at him as if to say, "He's nuts. What's he doing?" Because the way he did it, but he was a fish out of water. Even if he was in the Met in London, he was a fish out of water because.
Oh, Richard definitely was a fish out of water.
Yeah. So, and then
Humphrey was in his own family, because remember, his father was a top barrister, his brothers became top barristers, and his father hung his police college diploma in the loo.
Toilet, in the bog.
Yeah, and then when he comes over as was it James Fox or Edward Fox? I never remember which of them is which.
James, I think.
Thank you.
Edward was a jackal.
That's right. And James was in Thoroughly Modern Millie. James is the father of Amelia. Edward is the father of Lawrence. That I remember.
Ah, the flag burner.
Flag burner.
You know about that?
No, I did not.
He got into trouble because he went and bought some bunting, and then he burned it in his backyard.
Why?
We don't have flag burning laws in this country, even if they happen to be the pride flag.
Oh, the pride flag.
Yeah,
okay.
he bought some pride flag bunting and then burned.
He's on Twitter right now talking about what happened to Nigel Farage, what we were talking about earlier about having bank accounts canceled. And he's actually written an open letter to Barclays saying, "I want all my money and I want it now."
Yeah. Well, so my thought was, okay, so what do they do? Does that then mean, okay, so Nigel Farage goes into his local bank and says, right, you're not going to make what? I want the cash now. Well, you can't give me a check because I've got a bank to put it to. So give me the cash now.
Yeah.
And he's effectively, he's been given a time where it's going to close down and he's to transfer everything out by that time. And he can't get a bank account in the UK at all because none of the banks are allowing them. So he would have to go abroad to get an account.
The Canadians started this when the truckers were protesting.
You're protesting, so we're going to actually
stopping their bank accounts.
Yep. And that's exactly it. As soon as they did that, people actually turned around and says, but no buts. As soon as you allow somebody to discriminate, it's the same idea in the States, right? Biden has used the Department of Justice to go after Trump, his political opponent.
Yep.
And they've basically set a precedence now. So if Trump gets in, he can quite easily turn around and say, right, go after him. They say you can't, he's a previous president. Sorry, you've already done it once.
Okay.
So do it again. So basically, because they've set the precedence on it, there is no, it's as you know, working in the law, it's case law. If you've got case law already, you can actually refer to that case. You can't, I want to bring charges on this based on this and this. It's like the Kramer via Kramer. People would actually say, I'm looking for this decision based on this court case and this court case and this court case. These are precedents. You can actually come down with that ruling. Most of them turn out a lot of times a case of, well, I can't make that decision because there's been no law set or thingy, whereas they say, actually, this law with so-and-so against so-and-so, this was the decision, so you can now because the precedence has already been set. So now they've done that, they can effectively turn around. So if this is all the thing, so you imagine some lawyer, or no, some banker, and then suddenly the political opposite get charge of it, and they turn around to him and say, get your money and get the buggery, you're not getting a bank account, and none of the other banks are. They'll say, that's no fair, but you've already done it.
But what is now then to stop a Republican DA from drawing charges up against Biden or Harris
because
any?
The problem is people like George Soros are trying to are giving money to every single leftist DA candidate there is. And they're winning because they've got all virtually unlimited resources behind them. I mean, the guy in New York, the Alvin Bragg, the guy in New York, he says, oh, I didn't get any money from George Soros. Well, maybe he personally didn't receive a check. Ooh.
A scone and a fruit slice.
Very nice. He's personally may not have received a check from George Soros, but his campaign did.
Yeah.
Big money.
Well, that's why, if you know people. The thing is, wasn't that? There was an interview with, oh goodness, how these people are so thick, with that guy that was a recruiter for BlackRock. I was saying that, you know, they want to work from behind the scenes. They want to hide. That's why you get people saying, George Soros backed DA, this, and this. That's why I think he point this out again and again and again. That it's not the democratic system. It's like you vote for the DAs, but you vote for, you know, that's why I said I mean, I don't think that whatever you may think about the 2020 election in the States, the actual day of the election,
that's really scary, Miranda. Seriously scary.
Wow.
I would be turning around to Bartley's and telling them to go and take a run and jump. I can spend my money how I want.
Yeah, I earned it.
Yeah. What I said is I would say this I think is why 2016 was such a major shock to the establishment. Whatever you think of, as I say, of on the day the votes for the 2016 election, or in the States, Brexit vote here, the 2020 election, in the 2020 election states, on the day is irrelevant. All the quote manipulation, whatever you want to call it about the tricks and the effect in the outcome, that comes in beforehand. You know, you've got, I mean, by the time you get to the 2020 election, as from what I can see from this side of the pond, most of the mainstream media, not just in the States, but in this country as well, has spent the last 6 or 7 years having to go at Trump.
Trump derangement system is a dangerous thing.
What I'm saying is, exactly. But
it's a dangerous thing.
They don't. But they'd spent all that. You know, the moment he announced his candidacy in 2016, which would have been 2016 or 20, whatever it was.
The campaign was in 2016, so he announced in 15.
Yeah. So they and as soon as they thought he was a serious one, they started everything against him. Everyone expected Hillary to win. Yada 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 yada. All the way through this, I'm saying, that's so. Whatever happens on the day of the election, even if that election is 100% honest, what has affected those people's minds? What has gone on to make people vote that way? You look at, I mean, this I think was I genuinely think that with Brexit, if we'd had balanced coverage, it would have been an overwhelming leave vote. I mean, because you had nothing in this country. Even the government comes out, and the government themselves come out, spend how many £1,000 on a leaflet campaign which is entirely anti-Brexit. Everything you saw almost was anti-Brexit, and you still get 51%, 52% vote for it.
Yeah, and the same as now, they're still basically trying to reverse it and undermine it.
It'd be nice if we ever actually got it, but what I mean is that it's that. I mean, it's going to be. I mean, I remember it's weird. This is back in the. I don't know when First Lensman was written, but one of Doc Smith's early books centers around the end of it. Centers around an election in basically America. I mean, they've had changes. It's not Democrat and it's a Cosmocrat and those parties. They're explaining about bent bosses here and there, which I suspect is probably more to do with the way I think the system may have been in the 30s and the 40s and 50s when as I understand it, and I don't know much about that period of the history at all, but it was quite thoroughly corrupt, certainly in certain cities. But back when he was writing these things, he's writing about how dead voters this and that and all this sort of thing.
Hey, dead voters started with John Kennedy.
But
I'm completely convinced that my father, who will have been dead 2 years in August, is still voting in New York.
Yeah, probably.
I think I'm still voting in New York, and I've been gone 15 years. 15 years.
The fact is, the media used to be the ones that would turn around and say, "Oh, by the way, we found that this happened and this happened," and they would tell you, didn't care whose side it was. Then you started seeing it was only starting to report on certain people. It's like over here, there's the Partygate thing. That is when Boris Johnson got kicked out and he basically got ostracised in the media for having a party during lockdown.
Right, I remember that.
But Keir Starmer did the same. And, surprise, surprise, it didn't count. Yeah, they were all back in the lockdown, but it didn't count. Surprise, surprise.
Gavin Newsom, who wants to be president, had a party during lockdown.
Yeah. Remember, there was a picture of him and all his friends sitting in that restaurant. It was closed for everybody else, and everybody had to sit outdoors. But they were indoors.
They had this. That's I don't know about that one, Peter. But you said it reminds me. Again, I don't know how. My understanding is, and Julie, Kelly, you can probably correct me on this, whatever. But there's a set limit date, so a lot of my understanding, I won't say what I know, or some of my understanding of how the American elections work goes back 23, 24 years to a little series called The West Wing,
which I never watched.
Well, no. The things I watched that, and I watched half of the stuff where they get the good guys and the bad guys, and the only thing I'm thinking is they got the parties the wrong way around. But there's one in the they actually had to rewrite it because in the last season, you've got a character, one of the main characters. You've got another character. You've got Jimmy Smits, who's brought in a couple of years earlier.
I remember.
And he's running as the presidential candidate for the Democrats, following Martin Sheen, because Martin Sheen's had his 2 years, and they bring in.
But term here.
2 terms. Sorry, 2 terms.
Oh, okay.
My apologies. Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, I think it starts halfway through.
Even I know why there's only 2 terms allowed in the US, and that's not even I know it's only been since the end of the Second World War.
Yeah.
And that was because somebody, what's his name? Ted Roosevelt.
Yeah, it was Franklin Roosevelt who had 3 terms. Plus, he was about to start his 4th when he died.
Yeah, and that's after that they basically passed the rule that you could only have 2 terms.
Well, basically, if George Washington only needed 2 terms, why should anybody else need more?
But what you had in this storyline was basically you had the election was coming up, and it was very well. It was really well done. I mean, I rewatched it again a couple of years ago, and it's still I think it's a really good show. My understanding it was quite popular, but basically what you've got is you've got the last running up to the last series. You've basically got Jimmy Smits running against Alan Alda.
You know,
Right?
and you wonder why I didn't watch it.
No, I mean, as I said, I mean, obviously, I was watching it. Someone with, at that time, zero understanding, or pretty much zero understanding.
And you wonder why I didn't watch it. Jimmy Smits, Alan Alda, Martin Sheen. No, thank you.
Okay, fair enough. But I thought, the odd thing is that famously, my brain switched off. I've forgotten the actor's name. Quit about halfway through because it was supposed to be his show, and the president was only supposed to come in occasionally. Then they went.
Martin Sheen is a big time actor, so I get that.
No, sister. Then they went and employed Martin Sheen as the president, and Rob Lowe was was the lead for it, and he. As I understand it, on relatively friendly terms, I don't think he subbed off or anything, but he left. They wrote him. But what you've got to say, the whole point is the last season. What you've got is you've got let's say Alan Alda is the Republican, Jimmy Smits is the Democrat. Both quite good, well-written characters, you know, and. You've got John Spencer is running as Jimmy. He's a long-term political operative, etc., etc. He's been in it all the way through, and he's running. He's running for vice president. And what happens is originally, yeah, exactly, Justin. I really did like it. I thought they did some really good bits, and there's one in there where they actually ad-libbed almost the whole. They had a debate and they ad-libbed almost. They did the whole thing live. That one episode, almost the entire episode was live. And they started off question this, question that, and then they said, "Look, let's just have a chat," and they did. But the original storyline was that Alan Alda was going to win the election. Then, sadly, John Spencer passed away in the middle of filming, and what they did is. Obviously, they had a problem because of so they had his character die of a heart attack. So what they did is so you then had a point is he died of a heart attack. If I remember right, he died of a heart attack because of the timing when the show was made. I think he died. He obviously died of a heart attack. In early enough in time for them to rewrite this, you know, not too much of it done to rewrite it around. But so they had Jimmy Smits win the election, but with John Spencer's character, vice president, dying before the inauguration. So what they had is a situation there where you had the president and the vice president were elected, which is what Pete's question brought up here. They had the president, vice president elected, but you then had a situation where the vice president died before he could take office. So I don't know. So they ended up because they in fact the way they wrote Rob Lowe out, it's had a similar situation. They had a governor was elected. There was a governor died before the election day, but because his name was on the election ballot papers, the election still had to go through. So what they then did, they then had to have a special election, and Rob Lowe's character didn't win, but so there's been a couple of things there. It was quite interesting where they've had that where someone's been elected, despite the fact that they've been dead. What the actual real life implications of that will be, I don't know. I would imagine that obviously you'd have to have another election, but I don't know what would happen. At what point they would decide, okay, well, do we stop this election, have another one, or what? Yeah.
Well, considering most people probably vote for the party rather than the person, it's probably, I don't think it would make much difference. That's why I prefer yes minister or yes prime minister. The UK version, it's a lot funnier, and it actually shows how the bureaucracy of it doesn't matter who gets in, they're not the ones running the country.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've only got to look at what's happening all over the place these days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I think going way back, I'm what I was saying was we were saying that one of the reasons I think why we're not talking much geeky because
no, really not
because a lot of stuff we're not watching, or a lot of the stuff, publicity, etc., and a lot of what people are talking about surrounding geeky stuff is
politicized.
Is politicized, either within the shows or the reaction to it, and so on and so forth.
And that's the problem with a lot of new stuff. Hence the reason why I like my old stuff. And I'm still on Hogan's Heroes. I'm on season 5.
Oh, really? Up to season 5 already?
Yeah. All right. So I've just got halfway through season 5 and season 6 to go. And obviously,
that's true.
Kinslaw leaves at the end of this season. Ivan Dixon leaves. So, and they bring in, oh God, what's his name? James Washington to replace him. And it's not to replace him, it's just to fill in that role of the radio operator. But he doesn't get the same as Kinslaw. So it was a shame when he decided not to come back, but I could understand why, because as I said, they just felt as if he wasn't getting used. The ensemble cast was just too big, but I don't think they could do much smaller, because you look at Hogan's Heroes, right? You had Hogan, then you had Clink, you had Schultz, then you didn't have somebody equivalent. Probably any one of the 4 could have done Schultz, but they initially had Life Shider was the other one. There was a corporal. They had him in a few in the few episodes in the first season, and he disappeared quite quickly because they obviously realised there was just too many to try and give lines to, and I think that suffered for the other side with the Kinslaw, Carter, LeBeau, and Newkirk. There was just too many of them, and accordingly, they kept vying to get lines.
Well, I think, I mean, you look at Denise Crosby left Next Generation end of the first season because she didn't think her character was going anywhere. Yeah. I still think that the biggest problem with the Big Bang Theory was when they
and the women
they bloated. Well, not specifically. They bloated the cast.
Yeah, they paired them up. It's the fact that they paired them up because they were trying to imply they were fish out of water because of Penny, and they didn't know how to talk to her. Raj didn't know how to talk when she was around. Howard was just his deviant self. Sheldon was just his Sheldon self. And Leonard was trying to be as normal as possible so he could talk to this beautiful woman, but he was so nervous and all this and all that. And then suddenly, by the end of it, they're all married, except Raj, but he nearly got married and bits and pieces. But they're all married, they've all got partners or whatever, and it's not an issue. And so all the bit about how they're geeky and they don't know, then suddenly it's not an issue. And by them all having wives and partners, it just seemed a wee bit.
I think it's you could look at it and say it shows that everybody's got just because you're geeky doesn't mean
Yeah,
you're not going to get some. But I know what you're saying exactly. It's a little bit like Friends. Okay, you end up so of the six people,
there was two of them, two groups of them got married.
two are getting married, and there's a line when I can't remember which way round it was, but it was where it was either Phoebe or what's Matt LeBlanc's character, Joey. One of them says to the other, "I'll be your backup if you don't get married, whatever." So even to that point, they didn't. But yeah, I mean, you've got so much blow. I mean, this is one of the things that I think modern Doctor Who, what I saw of the fake Doctor Nasty, suffered from
it, so I'm okay
is that
yeah, she is the fake Doctor.
Yeah, even with going back to Tom Baker going into Peter Davidson, when he's got Nyssa, Tegan, and Adric. Whatever you think of the characters, etc., that's 4 people in the TARDIS, and then on top of that, you've got the protagonist or the antagonist of the story. But at least in classic Doctor Who, you've got 4, usually at least 4 episodes.
Yeah,
to spread the story over.
4, 6, or 8, depending on.
Yeah, but you've got a little bit of room for each of those characters to get something to do. Even though I was watching someone saying that a lot of the time Nyssa ended up getting sidelined for various reasons. But when you come into Dr. Nasty and she's got her 3 companions, so that again, that's you've got 4 people in the TARDIS. Plus one antagonist to feature, and you've got now you've got 1 episode stories to get it in.
Yeah. See, just
I
in that
finished the
elementary
season series of 5th Doctor.
Sorry, say that again.
I was going to say I finished the first series of Peter Davison and watched the first story of his season. What is it? 20? That's his second series.
Like that. Yeah, I think so.
Let's see.
The one where Tegan comes back.
Peter Davidson season 19 was his first one.
Okay, then I've just seen the first episode, the first story in series 20.
So Arc of Infinity.
Yes, I'm getting there, and I said to somebody earlier that seeing Colin Baker not as the Doctor was a little weird.
Yeah.
But you could see that he would have been. You could see the Doctor he was going to be. He was just as snarky as he was as the Doctor.
Having got to
what he was going to be.
Having got to that point, do you think some people have said that the end of the Baker era, or possibly the end of Davidson, would have been the ideal place to bring in an either gender swap or at least race swap Doctor?
No.
Didn't Tom Baker say that he would have been okay with the woman back then?
Yeah, Tom Baker said it, but even then, it was never seriously done, because he said it because they had Romana on it, and people liked the Romana character. So he said people would have been fine if they did a sex swap, but in effect, they should have actually did a spin-off with Romana.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that. Well, I've said I'm in 2 minds about the race swap idea. Because I understand why the human race developed into having races in the first place, the geographical reasons for it, etc. So, but if you can regenerate, I'm not sure how. I'm genuinely not sure how I feel about that. I hate the idea of cross-gender regeneration.
Well, do you know they made it even worse? Remember, they did that the cartoon, not the cartoon, the comic book, where effectively they implied the Doctor could regenerate into animals and plants.
Yes,
I remember there was some stupid idea where
they did that in one of the lockdown episodes.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the something where they reckon he should?
Effectively, that became canon. So these nutcases have already done it. So in effect,
he did it after Jodie had already been the doctor for, well, the quote unquote doctor, not the real doctor, but the, cosplay doctor.
Yeah,
and I still don't buy it. I don't care if it was written by RTD. I don't care. It's not canon. My personal head canon.
The problem is, remember, they're the ones that are actually saying what's canon now. We don't have that. We can. I had the discussion with Cockney Spock. Basically, it was about James Bond and about canon and stuff like that. And I says, head canon, you can actually say this, 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 and this. And this is what I think when it comes to James Bond, because my head canon actually fits all the movies in, all the actors in, and everything. So, but as he said, is head canon is only for you.
Right.
Because what they determine is, so if they don't mention it, then they don't, they're effectively saying it's the same person. And even if it's different people playing the same.
This whole thing about the Eighth Doctor talking about I'm half human on my mother's side, people ignore that.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of us just say, yeah, whatever, we ignore it. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't take away from the fact that Paul McGann, in my not so humble opinion, was a fantastic doctor.
No, I would say Paul McGann, after the movie, became a good doctor.
Agreed.
The movie, I disliked.
The movie, I
disliked the Master, which Master's one of my favorite villains. I disliked the Doctor because it just, I don't know, he just seemed too iffy with the half human and then falling in for the kiss and all that stuff. The movie I didn't like. The only reason I classed the movie as part of the classics is because Sylvester McCoy stepped out the carbon and get killed. He was in it. See if they did Paul McGann the same as they did David Tennant and Christopher Eccleston, then I would have cut off Survival, and I wouldn't have actually included the movie in it because I thought the movie was bad.
Speaking of the movie, did any of you see the movie Doctor Who Am I?
No.
No, I don't.
Dan talked with the writer on his stream a couple of months ago, and I finally found it while surfing the high seas, and I watched it, and it's really good. And there are people who I honestly don't remember the details of what he says when it comes to the whole I'm half human on my mother's side, but he really is an actual fan of the show. His father was an actor on the show, so he grew up watching the show, loving the show. And it's a really good movie. If you get a chance to see it, you should watch it. It's really good. They spend a lot of time at conventions, and he talks about the difference between U.S. conventions and British conventions. That people are more in costume at the U.S. ones, but it's really worth watching. I recommend it.
Peter, that's another really. Saying on Gobby's stream yesterday, they were talking about the last 3 episodes of Doctor Who.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as in what's time enough? Was enough in time? The Doctor Falls and whatever the heck the Christmas one was called.
That's assuming they still
Well,
reproduce the same way because of the technology. They might be.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Now, what I was saying was that there's one bit in the Doctor Falls, which is one of the reasons why I.
The future's female.
Well, actually, no. That line is horrible. No, but the reason one of the reasons I hate the idea of cross-sex regeneration. You've just got to, because it's been established. I genuinely can't remember if it's just modern, but it makes sense anyway. That established that if a Time Lord meets the previous self will not remember anything. That makes sense because otherwise they have full knowledge, etc. But there's a bit there where John Sim is flirting with Michelle Gomez.
Yes.
That's the same character.
Yeah, I know that they're the same person.
Yeah. The other thing is, like quite a lot of my things, it goes back to, for once, it's not Starship Troopers, it's another Robert Heinlein short story called By His Bootstraps. Very good story. And I've not the Robert Heinlein story where you've got a guy, he's a bloke, he has, I can't remember the details, but it's a short story. Basically, there's a guy, something happens to him, he has a full-on gender swap. He becomes literally fully functional female. There's some time junction, but basically he ends up makes himself pregnant. And I think that's the one that ends with him with the baby being born, I think. But there's things like that I just hate exactly, Miranda. I just hate the whole idea because it raises so many things. And what I'm convinced a lot of people these days that are writing genre don't actually understand is that most people attracted to the science fiction genre like that think in a particular way. I don't necessarily want to say they're particularly intelligent because
no.
But
we're enough to keep them back to the cinema for the same crap.
But they've got the kind of mind that will pick up and say, but if you got male and female, what happens if you do regenerate when one of the characters female is pregnant, regenerates into a male? What they don't seem to get that the fans are going to pick up on this sort of thing.
That's because you're assuming they even think about what they do.
Exactly.
They don't.
Yeah.
All they do is, wouldn't it be good if, okay, how do we go around it? I would just do it. End of story.
Yeah. I mean, there's, again, it's kind of the Day of the Doctor, you've got all the, there's the complicated things because it depends, I think, on where you actually follow the stories and what you treat as what. But there are some suggestions in the books that they have these looms, and I've still haven't managed to read Longbarrow, that when they got the secret of regeneration, they stopped being able to breed. But by the time you get to Day of the Doctor, we see that there's kids on Gallifrey.
Well, that's what I just posted.
Exactly. The question is, how many of those are Time Lords? And how many of those are Gallifreyans? Because not all Time Lords are Gallifreyans.
Right, but remember in Listen, we see the Doctor as a young boy.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a girl, he was a boy.
Yeah. But again, as someone said earlier on, Susan.
Right.
Susan is his granddaughter. Therefore, there are 3 generations of the Doctor's family. There's the Doctor, his son or daughter, as far as I'm aware, never specified.
Must have been his daughter, because her last name was Foreman, but we don't know what his last name is, but she is Susan Foreman.
No, but she took the name Susan Foreman because...
Foreman's the rubbish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, because...
That's right, I am perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's why she was Susan Foreman.
Because
after that, basically she was just Susan, which considering Time Lords, that's why she had a normal name. She took the name that she adopted, and
Right.
whereas the
I
Doctor,
know.
the
I just
Master,
I
the
wasn't
Chancellor,
thinking.
they all took it when they became Time Lords.
I think.
I wasn't
Whereas she never
thinking.
became a Time Lord, so she still uses Sue.
So I think no, I think the non-Time Lord ones are Shibogans. I think is the word you're looking for, Miranda, or
Right.
something
I
like that.
know. I know some
'Cause
big
I,
Finnish
I, I,
stories. They deal with non-Time Lords.
because I think, and I think, I mean, I think it goes back to is it not the Deadly Assassin? There's one of them when they go back when no, it's not the Deadly Assassin because Leela's in it. They go back to Gallifrey. I think it's Leela's last story when she marries
Well,
Andy.
she marries the Gallifreyan.
Yeah,
Is that
but
not the one with the Centauri? Is that not the one with the Centaurans?
it may well be, yes. But the thing is, she goes off outside with Gallifreyans. So you've got a Gallifreyan, then you've got Time Lords. And I think I'm right that the Time Lords are the ones that can regenerate. That's what makes them Time
Exactly.
Lords.
Only Time Lords.
And the non-Time Lords don't regenerate. So swings and roundabouts. I'm not quite sure exactly how that works. So you've got a 2-tier system. But
remember, the sound of the drums, they implied that they had to go through a ceremony. So, to me, Time Lords don't reproduce. So, the Doctor had his family, and then he went through the ceremony to become a Time Lord.
But he went to the academy.
He went to the academy. It doesn't mean he actually. They just doesn't mean that.
But everybody goes to that academy as a Time Lord.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Well,
they don't send.
They
don't send the rabble to that academy. It's only Time Lords that go to the academy.
The problem we've got here, of course, is that when Doctor was created in 1963, no one expected us to be talking about it 60 years later and debating things like that.
The thing is, every year they didn't expect to have to answer questions for the next year because they might have had a 2-year contract or we'll finish this. It was always hoped. It's the same for any season. They always expect to go on, but if it finishes, it finishes.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the thing, which is why I think they did some very clever things and some things that didn't work. When what they tried to do is not necessarily retcon, but when they tried to say, okay, well, we change things because we never expected it to be an ongoing story.
Well, I mean, let's face it.
So what we've now got to do is try
to maintain canon.
Because I think basically I recall seeing several times people saying that basically the Deadly Assassin is where everything is pretty much set in concrete. That's the bit where they specifically, where you see a lot more about the Time Lords, and that's kind of the setting from which everything is okay. That's the way it is. Before that, there's little bits and pieces.
When it started, they didn't realise, they didn't have an idea about regeneration. Nothing.
Exactly.
Regeneration only was happened because William Hartnell was actually getting old and needed to be replaced. And how did it replace him? And that was it. Did they actually just recast him and just have another actor being the Doctor? Which they did. But how did they do it? Did they actually not change him? Which they didn't. So the regeneration allowed them to have somebody else playing the same character.
Oh, yeah.
Be completely different and justifying it. So the regeneration was a last minute thing.
Yeah.
So they didn't think it through. And it was simple as that. It was a case of an easy way to change the actor and allow people to actually go, okay.
I mean, that is the thing I think that makes Doctor Who unique.
Yes,
that it's got that. Oh, it's been going as a one long storyline for 50.
Peter, I've never seen that, so it doesn't actually affect me.
Do not know this thing of which you're speaking, Peter. Doctor Who.
Blasphemy!
They're all good. as we said, I think I said, and I agree again on Gobby's stream yesterday. Doctor Who ends when Peter Capaldi, and I'm allowed to say it because Andy's not here.
Yes, you're allowed to say it because you're not
I'm
Andy.
Andy
You're
because
not Andy.
well, she should have said she wasn't going to mention Doctor Who, otherwise I wouldn't have said anything. But no, Peter Capaldi decides to regenerate, starts regenerating, and the screen fades to black. That's where it ends. There is no Doctor Who after Peter Capaldi's. After Peter Capaldi begins to regenerate, the screen fades to black, and that's the end of it.
If I had
There's
to
no
put an end
Doctor
to
Doctor
it,
Who ended in 2017.
if I had to put an end to it, my end would have been when Christopher Eccleston left.
Sorry, I beg to differ. I liked David Tennant.
I thought
liked
David
Matt
Tennant
Smith.
was just, it was all a flash in the pan because he is a good actor, I'm not denying that, but it was just too much of the, they took it from, right, name one Doctor Who catchphrase prior to David Tennant.
Didn't have.
Name one.
Reverse the polarity of the neutron flow.
Which was only ever said twice.
No. That is actually something that's been retrofitted because
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, remember, I only started watching in 2013.
Yeah, no, but that's retrofitted. But that's what I'm saying. How many times has John Pertwee actually said that?
Once or twice.
I think he said
so
it
that's not a
twice in the
catchphrase.
second
I mean,
time.
it was 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Right, but even would you like a jelly baby?
Yeah, that's the closest thing they ever had.
Yeah, true. Jelly babies. Yeah.
Yeah, but they weren't catchphrases. It wasn't. Whereas you had
PJ, remember,
and all this crap.
Right. A lot of people, a lot of us, and not just kids. A lot of people just started watching.
Yeah.
Because of David Tennant. Yeah.
Not just David Tennant. I didn't start watching because of David Tennant. I started watching in 2013 because for whatever reason, I honestly swear to God, I don't remember. But I remembered reading somewhere that it was about to celebrate its 50th anniversary. And I thought, that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find out what the fuss is all about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because at the time, Classic Who was not available to me. Because we didn't have BritBox in 2013. US BritBox. I don't know what UK BritBox has because they're different. So I just, because they were all available. New Who was all available on Amazon at the time. So my first doctor is Eccleston. My first quote unquote real-time doctor is Matt Smith.
Mm.
So I started watching from Rose and worked my way forward.
Yeah. I would say I'm a classic guy, right? Yeah. I started watching the new stuff and I thought, initially I thought, until Christopher Eccleston grinned and I thought, Tom Baker. That's who he reminded me of, Tom Baker. And I thought, I can see him as the Doctor.
Right.
And then but the bit with the Dalek being that powerful that 3 Daleks could take out the whole of the cyber force.
Yeah, they
basically over-egged the pudding with the Daleks.
They massively overused the Daleks.
Yeah, basically you could have Ace stoating about with a baseball bat beating them up, or somebody throwing it over a window and it explodes. But suddenly they've got all these guys and all these Cybermen shooting at it, and it just bang, 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 and you're sitting there thinking they've basically made the Daleks indestructible. So how could the Cybermen conquer any area of space? All they need to do is send one Dalek into every area of space.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to explain my position.
But what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is that was just one part. So I think the Daleks started getting overused very quickly. But
no, agreed. They use the Daleks way too often. I agree with you. And I also agree. And I also agree that the new Cybermen are not as scary as the old
Ah,
ones.
cunt.
Do you know the only thing that I liked about the new Cybermen? The only one thing,
Which is?
the way they marched. Everything is set. I
Yeah, I
could
get
see
that.
that.
I get that.
I could understand that. And
Yeah.
it
But they
actually
wouldn't march over many bridges.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it worked because you can just imagine they've got it's just the way it is because the Cybermen are basically right march, right, they all do it in turn because it's they implied there was a cyber queen, remember?
I liked that episode.
No, that really pissed me off as well. But
I liked that
that took you
episode.
to an alternate world. That took you to an alternate world. And as soon as they took you to an alternate dimension, you're sitting there thinking, nah, you know something's
Well,
going to happen.
again, there's a lot of people who are true fans who didn't start watching until New Who.
Yeah.
And we've gone back and watched the old episodes and we appreciate them. But we also see we're also not, I can't think of a good word. We're not prejudiced against New Who. We don't have an innate prejudice against New Who. And Miranda agrees with me. Miranda's an all-time fan because Miranda's a woman of a certain age also who understands.
Hey,
And it was a good era.
Miranda's got great taste because she likes a lot of stuff I do.
But Miranda just said she likes Tennant.
Doesn't mean everybody's right because I know I'm 99% wrong on stuff.
I'm just saying she's a woman of taste and refinement.
She likes most of the stuff I do.
I know, same here. She likes New Who too. Well, thank you, Miranda. I love you too, sweetie.
Not everybody's perfect like me.
Matt Smith is my favourite new Doctor.
Megan Geek loves Matt Smith.
Yeah,
and you can't say that he's not a real fan.
David Tennant, however, has the best episode of New Who,
which is.
Do you know what my definition of a real fan is?
Which.
Somebody who likes it. Doesn't matter if it's a new Who or old Who.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If somebody doesn't like old Who, doesn't make them any less of a fan. Anybody who doesn't like the new stuff doesn't make them any less of a fan.
Thank you.
I'm okay with that because look behind me. I'm a fan of so many bloody things. But what I'm saying for me, the reason I don't like the new stuff, and I started watching it and enjoyed it the first season, and I even enjoyed when it came, there's certain parts, but the thing that annoyed me about the Eccleston was the overuse, the overpower of the Daleks, not the overuse. I love the Daleks. You can look at the shelf behind me. But I love the Daleks, but they made them overpowered. So in effect, they need to put one Dalek in every sector of the galaxy, and they would own the whole galaxy because nothing could really touch them. So what did they need ships for?
Agreed.
So, but that's what I'm saying. The Cybermen, I didn't like them. I liked the only one aspect of it, and then it was just the mechanical way they.
I think the old Cybermen are scarier because you see they actually were human.
Yeah, and I did like that, but there was certain bits, and the fact that they changed them, one's coming from Cyberdyne rather than actually Mondas. Right, so the Cyberdyne instead of Mondas. Right, so there's two different types. And then, what did they do? They merged the two of them together in the Peter Capaldi one with the bloody ship.
Well, Peter Capaldi wanted Mondasian Cybermen. He said those were his Cybermen.
Yes, I agree. But
and that's why the whole episode was interesting because they had the different Cybermen on different levels.
Yes, but they merged them, so they were the same. So you had the Mondasian Cyberman did, and then suddenly they're the exact same as the Cybermen from Cyberdyne Industries, which are it's like turning around and saying, "Well, I want to have." I'm reading a book. It's a lit RPG. It's basically about people. If somebody dies, And before they can walk into the light to whatever is beyond death, this guy who has got godlike powers is doing an experiment. So he wants to he needs certain type of people. So he gives all these people a chance, says, if you can go through there if you want, no problem, and find out what's beyond death. Or I'll give you another life on a planet, and it's a hard life, and it's a fighting life, and you might die anyway. But if you die, you come back here and you can go through. So this guy goes, yeah, and he becomes a player. They're allowed to fight monsters. They can level up, and he's got this a soul implant, which is part of his soul, which helps him do it. However, I can't even remember where I was going.
There was something
Showing your
about
age,
why
my
you
friend.
don't like combining Cybermen.
Showing your age.
Sure, my age, basically. But the book is actually, it's a case of he meets someone. That's where I know where I'm going. He meets someone, and one of the guys is Lucius. He's dressed in Sigmentata. He's got Roman gear, and he basically says, my grandfather was brought here on his death. So he started the family and he built the guild, and so they're basically their whole family is working under the Roman, because that's how. And he says, so how is Rome succeeding? And he says, it ended about 1600 years ago. Basically, it was brought down, and he goes, oh no, that can't be right. And it turns out he's from an alternate universe. And as soon as they did that in the book, they did that from an alternate universe. So as an alternate Earth, you're sitting there thinking they can start bringing anything they want in, because they've already established he's not just going to the one universe and taking beings and people and whatever. He's going to alternate ones.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there thinking, as soon as they bring in alternate dimensions, they can do what they want. And that's what they did with the Cybermen. The Mondasian Cybermen, it looked really good. The visuals on that episode, how it basically gradually, you see people and gradually, and then suddenly the Cybermen, they're the classic Cybermen with a big plastic bit on the moon. I mean, I thought the way they did it, because if you didn't know where they were going, it was a good journey. I knew where they were going. That was the problem, is TV, you already know what the end of the story is going to be. If you didn't know that, the way I was looking at it and the way they did it, if you didn't know where that was going, that was a good journey to watch how these patients suddenly get turned into Cybermen. But then you saw the different levels, and then suddenly, surprise, surprise, you've got the classic Cybermen and the new Cybermen, and they're meant to be from alternate dimensions, no relation to each other, but they're together as if they're all the same.
The old
And
Cybermen is one of the reasons I love spare parts so much. And I've been touting it over here in chat. It is one of my absolute favorite Big Finish stories. And I saw it after I saw Tomb of the Cybermen, and after I saw not Twice Upon a Time, but The Doctor Falls. It is, in my not so humble opinion, an absolute brilliant story.
yes, but you see what I mean about how they basically combined both the Cybermen at that point.
Well, yeah, I see, but I see where you're coming from. But the one of the problems there is that, of course, that was going to happen at some point. As soon as they brought the Cybermen into the prime, for what I use Butterfly's universe, they were bound to clash. You've got somewhere out there, you've got the Mondasian Cybermen, and somewhere on Earth, you've now got the
Cyberdyne.
Cyberdyne.
I would have loved to see that episode where suddenly there's two factions of Cybermen, and they're completely different, but they're completely the same. They want to Borgify everybody, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the cyber, you will be assimilated, is a far better caption than you will be like us. Yeah, I mean, it's a far better. You'll be assimilated is better than you will be like us. I wish actually the Doctor Who thing they actually thought of the computer side and actually assimilating would have been a better one for Doctor Who, but different thing. But I would have loved to have the series through them. It's the same idea. Remember the Cybermen and the Dalek were trying to communicate. You are in. You don't look great, and no concept of beauty. I mean, they were making jokes about how you don't look good. You're ugly. Look at us. We're gorgeous. And that push with the Cybermen and the Daleks clashing, and then suddenly the Cybermen were irrelevant against the Dalek. So the whole Cybermen army was irrelevant against a single Dalek. So they try to make this big clash, and then suddenly it was irrelevant because the Cybermen are nothing. But you imagine if they had the two groups of Cybermen, they would have thinking about working together, and then suddenly, they don't actually think like us, and we should start assimilating them, and basically the two of them try to reprogram the other one to, and that would have been a better. That could have been more of an espionage thing with Cybermen.
I actually wonder if they had licensing issues with the Cybermen, if that's why they decided to bring in this completely different.
Oh no, you can guarantee somebody's actually brought Cybermen in, and they basically what they've decided is they need to change them because they looked awful. Pound to a penny, and somebody's actually decided every time you saw the Cybermen, they were changed. They were always different.
Every era they changed. Yeah,
they always changed. Everybody was aware of that. Even when the helmets looked the same, there would be slight differences, the outfits, whatever. There was always changes to upgrade. We were okay with that, but so they wanted to upgrade it, but they wanted to make it look modern, and that's where it went. And then somebody's obviously decided that, well, another planet it goes round. Now we'll say somebody, a man invented these evil things to take over, and that's where it went. So they basically just says, well, the Cybermen, we could just actually say it's something else, and we'll bring them from alternate dimension. That will sort that issue out, and that's the point. As soon as they bring in, that's why when they did the alternate dimension with Father's Day, I thought, they're going to start actually dimension jumping now.
I still like that episode, though. I thought
The
Father's
episode
Day
was
was a
actually
good
the
episode.
episode. The auditor bugs, I thought, were ridiculous.
Well, they never did anything with them again anyway, did they?
Exactly. You can always tell when something is just a case of, oh, we need a monster. Like think, oh, we'll just call them auditor bugs, but we'll never use them again. How many other monsters have been in Doctor Who that have been one hits, gone, never used again? Yeah, they could have been. Look at the Quarks. They wanted to replace the Daleks, and they used the Quarks, which were crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because
yeah,
was actually had too much control over the Daleks. So even at the beginning, they wanted something different.
Well, the dumb thing I think with the auditor bugs things was, well, okay, hold on a second. So they want to stop history being changed. The Doctor does that every time he goes somewhere. He always changes history a little bit.
Of course,
he's going back he's going back to put. He's doing a Sam Beckett. He's going back to change something that's been changed. Yeah. You don't need him because the auditor bugs would have done it.
Yeah, that's another thing as well, which it really annoyed me in the new stuff. A fixed point in time. To me, that was lazy writing, because a fixed point in time effectively turned around and said, "Oh, we can't change anything because if we could, then the whole story means nothing." No, sorry, a fixed point in time to me was ridiculous, because the Doctor didn't actually change history. He basically he fixed something that
If you
didn't
accept the
necessarily.
butterfly effect, though, he
It was
does it to affect history. If you just his presence, the fact
Yeah.
that he's run into people.
Yeah, but most of the time the effects and changes were local. Like, for instance, give you the fires of Pompeii, for instance.
I love that story.
He didn't actually
I love
save
that
Pompeii,
story.
but he saved one family. Right, but that's just an example. You can go back further. It was one family, like the Aztecs. Barbara became the high priestess, and she tried to change them so they wouldn't sacrifice, and they
Right.
told them not to. And what did the guy do? Jumped off, because that was thingy. So it just did not work, and it's so she didn't change it, even though she tried to. So it made no difference. And it's the same idea with other bits like the French Revolution, the Reign of Terror. He saved one or two families. He didn't stop it, but he made slight changes to the people around him.
The way I'm assuming the way that a lot of that tends to look is okay. I mean, I think it's one thing which very rarely they've done, which Quantum Leap, the obvious one to compare it to, did all the time. You never you never Quantum Leap. Yes, Al looked at Ziggy and said, "Yes, this has changed now." Right? Doctor Who, you couldn't quite often tell. Okay, well, for starters, from what point of view are you looking at? I mean, if you're going into one of the future ones, right? Then at that point, everything prior to that is history and is now set in stone. So
that's what I'm saying. So the Doctor never changed anything. It was significant.
You know, so I'm saying
it didn't suddenly bring somebody back to it. Suddenly, you didn't hear about Mary Queen of Scots dying of old age in your history books.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
so it
no,
would make
yeah, I know. So what I'm saying
is to save Mary's maid, but he would never have saved Mary because he might have tried to change it, but circumstances like me. So it was never. He was never there to actually make big changes.
What I'm saying though is you could even say that okay, fine. He didn't change anything. That's what always happened. It happened because what happened was history goes through. And as you're going through history, you get to this particular point in history, this event, and this guy from the future, this guy comes from the future, does something, and history carries on. You could look, it doesn't necessarily have to be that he's changed anything. It could be that was always what happened. One of the time travel paradoxes is that always happened that way because you always came back and did it, Well, I know what you're saying. Yeah, he never does anything major. Yes, I know what you're saying.
He doesn't do anything major. Whereas I love Quantum Leap, but I did always think it ridiculous that he would say it's a 70% chance that he needs to do this. All right, he's made the changes. Yeah. Well, as soon as those changes are made, then he shouldn't have known there was something that didn't change. He would have said, it's still the same.
They did an interesting.
They basically go on about how outside time in the room and stuff like that.
The interesting one for that actually is Stargate Continuum.
Yes.
Because in Stargate Continuum,
he goes back and meets his uncle.
Because Cam, Daniel, and Sam are actually in a wormhole at the time, they're not affected by the changes. They remember the changes because I mean, this is one of my things that gets me about this whole concept of the time warp. Well, you go back and you change it, and that's what history's always been. You go back in and you change it, and that's what history's always been again. If you change history, then everybody in that point in history is always going to remember it's having been that one. Okay, bye, Miranda. It's
Take care, Miranda.
It's one of the things. The whole thing with time travel, I think it's another one of these interesting things where you can actually see when the show where you can actually see that scientific knowledge and theory and understanding has advanced since the show was made.
Yeah. But the thing is, that means nothing. I know it sounds weird, but it means nothing because when it comes to scientific understanding and all that, it's entertainment. So people actually give it a big.
Yes, exactly.
leeway.
Oh, of course, exactly.
So they give it a big leeway. It's like Quantum Leap. People knew that the fact that as soon as they changed, he shouldn't have known about it. So, but they'd give that because it's for entertainment and it's fun. They don't expect it to be down that route. However, it's the same with Doctor Who. When they're watching Reign of Terror, people aren't suddenly going to find that, oh, he's going to actually end the Reign of Terror. He's going to actually stop the beheadings. Well, we know it's not going to happen that way. Mike's going to save maybe one family. So he's not going to make big changes. If fires are Pompeii, he might actually... The fact that everything ever in history, it was aliens that did it. I think the guy who writes for Doctor Who now must have been watching Ancient Aliens and aliens are involved in everything.
Okay, I love that story.
There's nothing wrong with the story, but that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that
I love that story.
But the fires of Pompeii, the fact that it had to be aliens, why couldn't you have actually gone there because maybe it just landed there, there's something not quite right? Not necessarily aliens causing it all.
No, I get that. I get that. Because...
And then instead of Disney he can't stop the volcano. He might try and stop the volcano, but it's none of this. It's
different now than it was.
And then it saves our family. I don't have issues with that. He didn't suddenly go, right, okay, hold on. TARDIS, right, freeze the lava so it doesn't blow up. Good, that's it sorted. We can go now. And you're sitting there thinking,
I mean,
but
granted, it's different now than it was in the old days in classic stories when, you know, like in the Aztecs, it wasn't an alien, it was just something going on. And she wanted to change history. And the doctor had to say, no, you can't. You
and
can't
even though she tried to,
sacrifices.
Even though she tried to. Cyber Command Zhang.
Greetings.
Out now.
I am Commander Zhang of Cyber Command. We are here to take over Twitter and also YouTube. Twitter
Get the shinies out now.
Well, I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart, delete.
Oh. And he's back.
Where did he go again? You basically tried to put yourself back on after I bounced you, and I put you back on. You bounced yourself.
No, I bounced in.
We can do the same.
Hey. But yeah.
No, I think the thing is though.
Keep this voice up.
The problem, I think the thing is with the fires of Pompeii, I know what you're saying about it was always aliens, but with the fires of Pompeii specifically, it would have been extremely difficult for them to write a story around a thoroughly natural event. They had to have some sort of non-natural explanation for Vesuvius going up. I know what you're saying.
I think they didn't because Aztecs, it would have been a very different story. Yeah, but
they wanted to have the thing about it.
Because remember, the Doctor doesn't actually control the TARDIS, even though he seems to go where he wants to go when he wants to go. So saying he's no control and he just happens to turn up places.
Well, no, he doesn't. We know the TARDIS controls itself.
Hey, even in Classic Who, the TARDIS shows up where it wants to show up.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Even that part to me was ridiculous because that's fine until the Doctor says, right, we're going to go to London and it's the 1400s, and then they suddenly turn up in London in the 1400s, and you're sitting there thinking, you just said last week that the TARDIS, you've got no control over it. It just turns up when it needs to turn up.
No, it doesn't take him where he wants to go. It takes him where he needs to go. The TARDIS told us this herself.
Yes, but That's another thing. The fucking
I want a
TARDIS
bump.
running
I have a
human.
bumper. I have a magnet on my car that says, "I want my dog's life." I should get one that said, "I want my TARDIS's life."
Yeah, sitting in the shelf all day doing hee haw. But the thing is, right? You know how much I like Doctor Who, but there's a lot of stuff that pissed me off about it. But because it's entertainment, 99.9% of it, I can bypass. The fact that the TARDIS takes you where you want to go instead of where you need to go, that's fine until they decide to go somewhere and they go. So the TARDIS works when you want it to work, but
Hey,
doesn't work when you can't.
remember, the doctor's wife in that
That's
episode,
another.
the doctor's wife is the TARDIS.
No,
She
Yeah.
does what she wants
no.
to do.
The Doctor's wife
Happy
to
wife,
me is
happy
the
life.
biggest load of pish that another big. Sorry, not the. There has been so much pish. It is one of the top 10 bits of pish. The TARDIS turning into a female, a human. No,
Oh,
I like that episode, but
I hated that episode. The
I
fact
liked
that they
it.
turned the TARDIS female, and then suddenly the Doctor's a
He
pervert
refers to her
because
as female all along.
yeah, that's fine. But somebody going up to the mic and going, "That's my favourite mic. Look, I can touch all the buttons," and then it suddenly turns
Well,
into
yeah.
female. Pervert.
I've actually got a much
the console, him being underneath twicking the dials. It's a different meaning now. You know, it's actually female. Not that he refers to his machinery as her. Now you know that is actually
refers to the
confirmed to a
TARDIS
female.
as she
So him
in
being under,
Mexico.
him being under our
Well,
skirt,
yeah,
him,
but
him being under our console, twicking our dials.
yeah, but
gives
the
you a
thing is,
dirty bloody meaning.
fine. How different would it have been? How would you feel about that? Right, one change, right? One change, right? The entity which was created and in which the TARDIS's personality matrix was downloaded. What if that character, which is what it was downloaded to, had been male?
It would have just been as stupid as well, because the fact that the TARDIS is now a living being instead of a
but
even in the first Doctor, when Ian puts his hand on the TARDIS, he says it's vibrating. So it feels like it's alive. Even then, you get the feeling it's alive.
My car vibrates when I turn the engine on, but it ain't alive.
But the TARDIS isn't going anywhere. It's just sitting there.
With lights on the.
But it's different. It's different. I got the impression. I mean, remember where I come from. I come from somebody who started watching it in 2013, and I watched both versions of An Unearthly Child. And in both of them, when he says it's vibrating, it reminded me of the Doctor's wife when the TARDIS was alive, both times.
That's probably because you've seen the Doctor's wife first, I would say.
Right, so I could leave this house right now, leave my computers on. There's nobody in it, but in effect, it's still buzzing. Because
my computer, I have a MacBook and it's not vibrating.
Yeah, but the thing, if you turn your engine on, you can turn your engine off and get into the house.
I think the thing is
be vibrating. But what I'm saying is, it is a machine. The machine, even though he's not flying anywhere, doesn't mean he's actually not got any power generating because of the console.
But it was.
Yeah, I didn't get the same feeling from it. The way he said it, it's the way he said it.
Yeah,
that made me that just made me feel this is not normal.
Yeah. And as you can see, I've got one or two TARDISes. I love the TARDIS as much as anything else. But
you've got a whole bunch of them there.
Piece of machinery. Suddenly making it alive. Right, okay.
But all along, the Doctor says the TARDIS goes where she wants to go.
Right, okay. That's like me saying my car takes me where I want to go.
No, the thing is, I think it's long been suggested
I'll
that
give you
the TARDIS is grown.
Remember, and even in the first Doctor, no. Even in the first Doctor, he spent all that time trying to get Ian and Barbara home, and he couldn't get them home. Because
Which
the
to me
TARDIS
was the
went
fact
where
that he
the
had no
TARDIS
control
wanted to
about
go.
where it was going, because something wasn't working on it. Because you remember, it was all working right up until that point, because he came out and goes, "Oh, it's still a police box," because it changed all the time up until that point. So something's happened at that point that
Right,
it's
but your
not changing
average,
and it's
but
going
your average piece
haywire.
of machinery doesn't have a chameleon circuit.
But the
the
thing
fact
is, what we've got.
As soon as they made it a human, as in a living being, then what's the Doctor doing every time he sticks his key in a lock? What's the Doctor doing every time he's under the
No,
console, taking it apart and tweaking all the cables?
No, I
You know what I
think
mean?
the problem we've got there is it's long been suggested that the TARDIS is the grown. The thing is, I think the thing is where part of the problem with this is that they downloaded the TARDIS's, let's call it personality matrix, whatever you call it, soul, if you want, whatever you want to call it, into a biological creature that was female. The problem is they had to download it. I think part of it, we were stuck with the constraints of storytelling. They had to download it into an actor or an actress.
I don't have issues with the storytelling and the entertainment parts of it, but what I have issues is, as soon as they do something like that, then everything else the Doctor did with that TARDIS is weird as hell. So him being under the console, tweaking the knobs, puts a different connotation on it now. You know that's an actual female. He's under there pulling out all her cables. He's in there changing her interior to.
Alternatively, you've got a really, really dirty mind, PJ.
No, but the thing is, he basically
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
that is female. So suddenly, all the things he does, then you're saying he's doing that to a female, not doing it to a machine that maybe have an artificial intelligence running it. He's doing it to a living being.
Yeah.
So basically, when he's ripping out all those cables and consoles and he's basically redesigning it, or he decides to go to the secondary console room, or as somebody says, John Pertwee didn't have a console. But the fact is, or he strips the consoles out, takes them outside so he can fix them. It's different connotations when you're saying that that's alive. So that basically he's got a dog, but he's actually want to see if he can do better here. So he cuts the ear off. Then he'll take it outside. And then
yeah, I can see what.
That's what I'm saying is. As soon as you actually introduce that, then everything he's done in the past, he says it's alive. Yeah. I can see when I turn my car on, it's alive and it feels alive to me. It doesn't mean it is alive. It just means that. And if I put an artificial intelligence in it, a kit to, shall we say, if I made it a Knight Rider 2000, that is still a car. It's got an artificial intelligence. It might seem alive, but it's a artificially, it's a machine. Otherwise, who's building? Who's actually reproducing them? They've been built. They're not being reproduced.
But they're grown, aren't they? They're supposedly grown because you think in the end of
exactly. Thank you. They're grown. They're not.
They're
built.
grown. Because at one point,
is this new? Is this new? Who it's told us this?
I can't. It's specific. I cannot remember what it is in. I cannot remember how it is in Classic Q. I genuinely cannot remember if it's ever referenced in Classic Who or not.
As far as I'm aware, I cannot remember it ever mentioning about that.
I genuinely can't remember why. But I know it's suggested. But yeah, but I must admit, I've got one much bigger bone to pick with the Doctor's wife.
Which is
the Corsair.
Oh yeah.
The dipping the toe in the water for the bloody gender swapping. That's where they dipped the toe in the water and it just went completely. Oh, sometimes he was male, sometimes she was female.
Well, it
One
wasn't
line
Moffat
started
no,
it.
it was a Gaiman story, not a Moffat story. Gaiman story.
No, but that one.
Moffat was the showrunner, remember?
Yeah, but no, but that one line. That one line.
That's why I
Why they
hated
said-
Missy as a character, although I enjoyed Michelle Gomez's.
Michelle Gomez is so brilliant.
She is, but I hated the Missy as a character.
No, I get
Mind
it.
you, I hated John Sims' Master worse than I hated Missy.
Missy was better than John Sim.
John Sims was just not the Master.
He was too manic.
Missy, or Michelle Gomez, played a devious, cunning villain.
Yeah.
John Sims didn't. John Sims says, "Oh, he must be crazy, so act crazy, woohoo!" Sorry, that's not the Master. The Master has always been. He's been always foiled, but he's always tried to be devious and cunning and do things in the background, not running around. Look, I'm going to make everybody into me.
Yeah,
I'm crazy, woohoo! No, John Sims was a crap Master. Michelle Gomez, I didn't like the characters for the simple fact is
she's a woman.
She's the Rani, not the Master.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, they basically says when they get their name, they take their name. So their name is basically something that's why you never know what their real names are, because they've got their mantle, the Doctor, the Master, the whatever. But she turned around and goes, I can't call myself the Master now. So in effect, she's turned around and says, names are unimportant.
I'll tell you what.
We'll just call him Bob from now on.
But interesting, it's uninteresting unless saying that there is a difference between males and females then. But you're not allowed to say that anymore. No, I agree. Missy, the character was fantastic. To the point that for the first, I honestly can't remember who came up with the idea first, but the first 2 or 3 episodes, and I know you've not seen it, PJ. The first 2 or 3 episodes of Dr. Nasty, I could genuinely have gone with them saying, okay, what you've actually got with that team, what you've actually got is you've got regeneration trauma. We've seen this happen before. The Doctor is actually Graham.
Oh, God.
Right? No, simply because he was the only decent character anyway.
Yeah, but he was a white male, so he was treated like crap.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, the first couple of episodes,
they wouldn't do that with the main character if it was male anyway.
Yeah. Now what I'm saying is I could have said it, and I still think it could have worked. You have to take some things. Obviously, that what you've got is okay. So you've got that. So who is Jodie Whittaker's character? Wait a minute. She thinks she's the Doctor.
She's shite.
No. Yeah, actually, but first come back. Right, she thinks she's the Doctor.
Maybe she's the TARDIS.
No, she thinks she's the Doctor. Right?
She's retarded.
Hurry, right? She thinks she's the Doctor. She thinks she's trying to do good things, right? But most of what she does is evil.
No, she
right?
screws up constantly.
Yeah, but forget that. As I said, this is why I said only for the first 2 or 3 episodes. Okay.
I know he's gone down. She's Missy.
Yeah. She's so. What you've got is if you've got Missy, who's followed this with the art with Capaldi, right, where she's actually trying to. You've got Missy. You got Missy trying to redeem herself. Yes, this isn't Blue Stream.
Right.
Self.
Hey, you can mention
got a confusion
in my stream. I don't care enough to actually go. You're not allowed to mention that.
It's a Galactic Girls joke.
If I was going to actually put a bar in certain Doctors, Capaldi would be one of them. Whittaker would be one I would put a barrel in, but I don't care enough about the new stuff.
Why she wasn't the Doctor?
Was brilliant.
No, what I'm
Capaldi
No,
was
to me, none of
really,
them have
really
been the Doctor. That's why I'm okay with
Yeah.
calling
What I'm-
her the Doctor,
yeah.
because
But
from
what-
McGann, I'm even putting McGann in it.
I
From
like
McGann,
McGann.
there's been no
What-
Doctors. This
what-
is
what
an
I'm- what I'm-
alternate reality. It means nothing.
what I was trying to say was it would not have lasted, no, because it went on for, you could only have done it for 2 or 3 episodes, and I still think it, if you do at that point, it could have worked. So what you've got is Missy is on a redemption arc. She's trying to be good. She's regenerated because of some sort of regeneration trauma. She's confused between who she is. She thinks she's the Doctor. She's trying to be the Doctor, but all her experience, all her background personality is doing bad things, coming at things from the wrong side, which explains why everything Whittaker's Doctor does, even though she apparently thinks she's trying to do right, she's actually doing it the wrong way. But that would only have lasted for 2 or 3 episodes. You couldn't really have done that for more than 2 or 3 episodes before you'd have to reset back to the proper thing. But I mean, as I said, I agree with you, PJ. The idea of Missy was a fantastic character. She should not have been the Master.
She should have been the Rani.
She should have been the Rani, or she should have been a new character.
Or a new
Should
character.
have
But
Rani.
the Rani would have been the thing, because you
Yeah.
remember the Rani
Yeah.
with Mel. She pretended to be Mel, even though
The thing is, what actually got me, well, I think more than anything else, with Whittaker. Well, no, I'll rephrase that. With the female Doctor, they'd actually had an absolutely perfect answer. She happens to be married to the 10th Doctor.
No.
Yeah, Georgie Tennant.
Oh.
Yeah, you go with...
Michelle Gomez.
No. I think Michelle Gomez, I think someone said you used to be married to Moffat or someone. Or picked someone.
Michelle
No.
Gomez is married to what's his name? I know his name, and I can't.
I'm sure someone mentioned I didn't have. No. What I'm saying is no.
has
Is
anybody looked out for Michelle's channel?
Jenny? That was I can't
I
remember
like
the
Jenny.
character's name.
I've been listening to Jenny's first story. She's fantastic.
If you want to do this, if you want a female Doctor, you have one.
Jenny would be
Yeah,
brilliant.
you've got
Jenny
multiple.
was
You've got
quite
Romana.
literally, yeah. No. Romana is not the Doctor. Jenny is
No.
quite literally the Doctor. You've got
No.
plenty. You've got several
It's his
female
DNA.
Time Lords you can have,
That cloning
but
part,
she's literally
no,
the Doctor. She's
not
the Doctor.
literally the Doctor. If she was the Doctor, she would have been a clone of the Doctor, not a change part. So
She's his
not
DNA.
He uses his
Yeah.
DNA. She's not his DNA. So basically, what you're saying is, if somebody takes my DNA and grows another one, then it's no me. It's me. But even
She's
though
more closely related to him than
No,
anybody.
what
you
I'm
mean
saying is,
like a daughter, maybe because of half of the DNA, but it's not the Doctor. It's not a clone of the
no,
Doctor.
but no, it was a clone. But what I'm
No,
saying
it
is,
cannot be a clone of the Doctor.
She wasn't.
Yeah,
because if she were a clone, she'd be David Tennant.
Yes.
yeah, no. What I'm saying is that if
But
I read the story
they
was that
used
she was,
his DNA to create her,
and
so
it-
she's
the
more
cloning
closely
process
related
went
to him
wrong.
than anybody
but
else.
what I'm saying,
Yeah. So a
unless I'm
daughter
forgetting,
or whatever.
but
But that's what I'm saying. Not the Doctor.
no, what I'm saying is as I remember, I could be remembering it wrong. It's a long time since I've seen it, but she was supposed to be a clone of the Doctor, but something went wrong in the cloning process, and the and the Y chromosome didn't in genetics the Y chromosome didn't present itself. Okay, so if you take that as if you accept that bit, you then got a character who is quite literally the Doctor.
Stop using the word literally. No.
No, listen to me. She in the storyline they've set it up.
As
She's
soon
the
as
Doctor regenerate. She's not regenerated. She's the doctor as a female. So have that character going off on her own.
Then no matter what, you cannot say Whittaker's not a doctor based on that logic, because they said on the TV she regenerated from the doctor. End of story. You cannot use the same argument and have different.
What I'm saying is, I may be remembering it wrong, but
as soon as they use the DNA and it changes in any way, it is not the doctor. It's not a clone.
He says
they're saying
my
that,
daughter.
Yeah.
So
it does. And this is true.
Percent of his DNA doesn't mean that she's
which kind of almost makes one. If you go back in time, if she sees his mother,
99% of the DNA, it is still not the doctor.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
Nobody ever said she was quote
unquote. I thought was. I may have misunderstood. As I said, it's a long time since I saw the episode.
It is cloned, and it was meant to be a clone. But as soon as it's not David Tennant,
she's not a clone because she's not David Tennant.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's
he
exactly
refers to her as my daughter. He refers to her as quote unquote my daughter. So she's got
at least
50% of his DNA, which means
where did the other DNA come from then?
Part-Time Lord.
Yeah.
And
which is why she regenerated.
I know a lot of you don't like River Song, but she was conceived in the TARDIS and she inherited some
that was something
TARDIS
really
she was more DNA.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that pissed me off. So in effect, they have now brought sex into the TARDIS.
I've got that.
They're at least married.
I don't care about that. It's the fact is the doctor. The fact that the doctor or Thingy kissed the doctor or whatever. But taking them out, I didn't like it in the movie with Paul McGann.
I didn't
like it with Karen Gillan. God,
Matt Smith.
And Matt Smith, but it's not I just couldn't remember Karen Gillan's character name. It just went
Amy.
It just went disappeared, gone, bye. So I didn't like it when Amy tried it. It didn't. There's just so much, but as soon as they said about she was born there, so Christ, I might have just brought sex into actually the TV program.
Well, the way the story was going, I mean, okay, so you've got the doctor takes Amy and Rory away from their wedding. What do you think is going to happen?
I don't care, and I don't.
No. What wasn't the problem
is because we know what people do in their wedding night. I don't want it in my TV program about a time travel.
I know. I know exactly. I get what you're coming from.
But
I know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's like sitting watching a cartoon, or let's give it a comedy, and there's a wedding. I don't care about what the wedding might be funny, but whatever, and else they might have breakfast next morning and they're all hungover. I don't want them to start talking about what they did the night before. I don't care about that aspect of it. I hate it in movies when they actually bring it in. There's certain movies you need sex or whatever in it because
I take your point.
If they mention it
or
when the
three
it
of
up,
them flew away in the TARDIS, I was not thinking that they were going to have their wedding night on the TARDIS.
Exactly.
I didn't think that at all.
Exactly. I don't want them to tell us that that's what happened. As Peter said, no Nuki in the TARDIS.
Bingo. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing what I'm saying is the problem I think they had is they started off with, I honestly don't know at what point Moffat came up with, or was it Moffat? Whoever it was that created came up with who River was.
Moffat started in Sounds in the Library Forest.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
She did not need to be a Time Lord because if it was the same person, River Song,
right,
and it was just so happens he's met the Doctor as she's been growing, but he's been doing it the opposite way, and that's when the book. What's that got to do with?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Time Lord now.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I loved the fact that she had known the Doctor before he remembered knowing her.
Yeah.
The fact that she's his wife and she's Amy and Rory's daughter, that was just too,
that was. I mean, the thing is, the only reason you needed to have that, you didn't. You're right. She didn't need to be part-time. The only reason any of that had to happen was for the big reveals, for the reveal in A Good Man Goes to War. That's the only reason you had them. You didn't have you did not, for that character to work, need her to be part-time or anything. As you say,
you know the difference between whoever thought up River Song and whoever thinks up the other stuff is one had brains and the rest don't.
Yeah.
The River Song, the reveal, right? Yeah. Because you would have wee clues throughout, which didn't make sense.
But in fact, the thing that
end, like for instance, when somebody mentions and she says, the only river in the forest was the pond. There's no river in the. There's no river.
The only water in the forest is the river. Yeah, but in fact, thinking about it, no, I'm wrong.
Yeah, the only water in the forest is the river, and it's just you're sitting there thinking that means nothing.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? And then
yeah, exactly. No, but what
I mean, and it's melody.
Yeah, yes, I'm wrong. That's it. She only needs to be a time. The only reason for River to be a Time Lord is for the Mel reveal in Let's Kill Hitler. You don't, because you don't do that because okay, fine. So she is Rory. She can still be Rory and Amy's daughter. Yeah. This is not a problem. You follow all that one through.
Yeah,
because all of her time travel is with time devices. Right? She doesn't need to be. She only needs to be able to regenerate to be Mel, or to have gone back to Impossible
Thing is, she did not need to time travel because she could have known that she'd been taken and and then when she's grown and they meet the Doctor in reverse order, going back until the point where Amy has the kid and it gets taken and she's distraught.
Yeah,
and I mean, you've had the wee clues like the only river in the only water in the forest is the river, and then you're sitting there thinking these things mean nothing until that reveal, and that she didn't need to travel backwards and forwards in time. They just basically have been meeting her in the progression of the story. And that would have worked really well. So whoever thought that aspect up had some intelligence because they've had two ideas and went ooh and brought them together, and it worked really well. Even though I don't like the new stuff, I thought the River Song name part was smart. Didn't like the River Song character, but I like the name part.
Well overused in Big Finish. A little bit overused in Doctor. But the thing is, so question. If you take out any reference to River Song's regeneration and the rest of it, does it make any difference to her story? No, it doesn't.
Big Finish is just bringing out her very last River Song diaries.
I got rather fed up when she decided to go back and visit every Doctor. No, but what I'm saying is that.
But let's face it, it brings in money.
Yeah, but going back and visiting every Doctor, I wonder who else they did that with.
But you know I admit, I like the story.
The Souffle girl, Jenna Coleman.
Yeah.
Back and saving
but Jenna Coleman isn't doing Big Finish. She's too busy doing other things.
No, but I'm saying the meeting every Doctor.
Right.
Everyone they like.
Stories. I do think. I mean, I'm of two minds about River Song. She is overused, but I like some of the stories she's done. I really love. I absolutely love. The David Tennant stories with her when he first meets her.
Well, but I'm thinking,
The Farce of the Dead, Silence in the Library.
Yeah.
Absolutely love.
What
that
would have
show.
been better is if she had mentioned something that he would say, pardon? And she said, oh, no, you've not got to that yet. And maybe the season later,
Yeah.
one of the stories.
But she got, but
No, but they did that in a couple of
between that
episodes.
and Big Finish, they do meet each other.
No, but
Yeah.
see, Big Finish using two different mediums means nothing to me,
Yeah,
because
I agree.
if you have to actually switch medium just to continue the proper story, that means nothing.
Yeah.
To me, we're talking TV show. The Big Finish stuff, the comic books are irrelevant, because
But it's
yeah.
hard
if
to
you're
do
expecting-
that, though. It's really, really, really hard to do that, though.
But that's what I'm saying. So they're making it hard to do that, but it shouldn't be, because you're either watching the TV show or you're not. If it's watching the TV show,
remember,
agree.
Paul McGann's companions were canonized by Big Finish.
Whose companions?
Paul McGann.
They were canonized.
I don't know any of them apart from the one in the movie. The rest of them are irrelevant to me.
Okay, well, if you haven't listened to any Paul McGann stories, they're mostly fan-frickin-tastic.
But they're irrelevant to me because I don't listen to audiobooks for Doctor Who, especially now.
No, the
and
point
especially the new stuff.
The old ones? I mean, his old... The Paul McGann audiobooks, the old ones. I haven't bought a lot of the new ones.
No, I'm talking about anything by the movie. Anything by the movie. I only include the movie with Paul McGann because Sylvester McCoy's in it. After that, I don't have no care.
No, you're fine. You might be. You don't. I mean, the thing is, the way I look at it is the audio books, but whatever the expanded media is, okay, fine. Most of it can be canon, but it's irrelevant because you do not need to have, as you say, you can watch a TV series and you don't need most of the time. You don't need to go. So that's fine. So it's like when you had the old.
You said most of the time. It should be all of the time.
Yeah, no, I mean, but I mean, I'm just because I'm trying to think. I'm not sure if there's anything they've actually. I mean, the only one I could think of is when you do Night of the Doctor, that little short that they brought out.
That was wonderful.
That's no. What I'm saying is that I think is the only one that refers to. That is where she said that is where he refers back to his other companions and canonize them. But that's fine. But it's like the back in the classic era when you've got the new adventures. You've got the missing adventures, right? Written. Done. I mean, on the BBC Missing Adventures, they actually tell you what stories they take place between. Great, you don't need to read them to watch the series. So, I agree with you. I think non-TV media is expanded stuff. You don't have to read any of it.
Expanded stuff. I've got a load of Doctor Who books.
Yeah,
I have got audio stuff, but to me they're irrelevant, as you said. Because if I need to, it's the same as remember they did the bit. What did they call it? The thing they had different medias.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's a thing with
the flush, but it's not the flush. That's just what you want to do with it.
No, Terminal Victorious or something.
No, it's Terminal Victorious. Was it not? There's something they had. It was just a single name.
Remember, in classic, they contradict canon also.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
I mean, no. The thing is, what I'm saying, but what I mean is that you don't have to. The other stuff is expected. You don't have to read any of it to follow it through. What I'm saying was with go back to the River Song thing. Is River Song's story any adversely affected if you take out the one scene at the end of The Impossible Astronaut where the kid regenerates, and if you take out the whole Mel's arc? You take those.
Ridiculous. That was just a case of wait a minute, we need to actually have her in so she.
You take those. You take those two bits out, right? And you no longer have to have any reference to River being anything other than an ordinary human.
Yeah.
At least biologically. she can still be the daughter of Amy and Rory, stolen from Amy just after she's born, etc. All that you can still have that. You still have to reveal at the end of the good man goes to war. I know who your daughter. It's me. I'm your daughter. I'm Melanie. You can still have that really powerful scene.
Yeah.
And you do that. And you don't have to have had her conceived. The only reason you have to have had her conceived in the TARDIS is so that's a MacGuffin way so you can say, okay, so she was conceived when for some reason there was a leak in the Arctron energy in the TARDIS, and that's what gave her regenerate, which was
to me was
not,
a ridiculous thing.
yeah.
Because
Elsewhere.
they're now turning around and saying you don't need to actually go through the academy and go through
you
that,
don't
all that, because
you don't need to be a time lord.
Just have sex in the TARDIS and your kids will be Time Lords, no problem.
Yeah, exactly. But
so that's why I thought that whole thing just pissed me. But that's like me watching Judge Dredd, for instance, the Sylvester Stallone one, and at the end he goes to put his helmet on and Hershey kiss him. I thought, fucking stop doing that. I don't want that in my movies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, exactly. I mean, the thing is, what got me though was with so I hadn't actually thought quite through when I was watching this. It's like any. Oh god, don't. It's like anything, any of these, where all of a sudden you've got this, and the first 5-10 minutes of Let's Kill Hitler, and it's Melanie character who we've never seen before. We've never seen before. She's not even been mentioned, I don't think.
She was never mentioned. Never
not
talked
mentioned.
About friend.
Not talked
with
about
the wedding. I can't remember her friend Melanie being there.
Yeah, and then she turns up.
I mean, I like her song, but I agree that's a stupid storyline.
That was also them setting up to change the Doctor into Thingy Gatwa. What was his name? The new Doctor.
Really? How do you work that one out?
Because Mel was black.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yes, okay,
that's right. She was white, then she was black, and then she was white again.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying.
With Missy being the master female, male, and then
good point. Not noticed that, but exactly. You take that out. I mean, it's like anything else, any other show. You do this character, and this character that's apparently been a friend all along. You know they're going to be important. You know they're going to be developed. They're going to be something. If they'd thought that through, they could have had a couple of earlier episodes where Mel turns up. So they've had when they go back and she's there.
Peter, where it says that she's not a Time Lord. Well, in effect, then what is the difference between a Time Lord? Then does that mean anybody's a Time Lord because even if they can regenerate, or do they need to be regenerated, be able to regenerate to be a Time Lord, or are they just all Gallifreyan?
I
what
think
makes a Time Lord different from a Gallifreyan?
She has Time Lord DNA.
Yeah, but that's like turning around and saying Jenny is the Doctor. It's just the DNA should
Jenny
mean
is
nothing.
Time Lord DNA too.
But the thing is,
how
are
can
they Time Lords, or so? What's the point of the Academy then?
Well, I don't know what I'm saying is I don't see. I mean, River was trained
because the Academy is to learn how to be a Time Lord.
They could regenerate if their parents could regenerate. So what do they need to go to the Academy? They don't need to.
I don't know. I mean, I think the thing is,
don't regenerate just because you're at the Academy. I think. I understand the whole DNA thing. I do.
The thing is, I can see why, at the risk of triggering PJ again, I can see why Jenny has the Doctor's Time Lord DNA. Fine. I cannot see how River gets it. The argument I can see is that her DNA is affected
by the times vortex and
So are they saying then? Is that so? Are they saying then that?
But remember,
when a Time Lord is exposed
Wait,
when
wait,
a
wait, wait,
Gallifreyan is
wait, wait,
exposed to the ultimate schism,
wait,
whatever
wait,
it is.
wait. If the TARDIS, if mere mortals are affected by the TARDIS, for example, the translation circuit,
Mm-hmm.
if they're just in the vicinity, and if the TARDIS affects them in other ways, I don't see why it's not possible that a child conceived in the TARDIS would have some certain
Yeah.
qualities.
So why do
Um,
they need to actually have all these Gallifreyan signatures to actually have build their houses
It does
and
does
them
make you
TARDISes? Each
wonder
house,
if
each
you
one of
think
their houses is a TARDIS, and then everybody on the planet is a Time Lord.
think
Well,
back
we
to
know
when
not
they say that.
everybody on the planet's a Time Lord. We know
But
that.
they just need to actually, instead of building houses, they just build TARDISes and
It's-
have
it's-
them all sitting next to each other. That's their house. And then
Yeah,
suddenly,
I
the
think
next generation, everybody's a Time Lord.
yeah, I think it's, if I remember right, the way it goes is that it's generally suggested that when the Time Lords discover, when the Gallifreyans discover regeneration. Now, does that is that do they discover regeneration because they discovered the time vortex? So is it that when, as you said earlier on, like when the master in your classic one, when the master looks into the vortex,
The
into the
schism.
time of schism, and he's driven nuts, is that what gives the Gallifreyans the ability to regenerate and thus become Time Lords? In which case, if that is the same sort of energy that powers the TARDIS, again, I can see why, but again, that would suggest that the TARDIS is always, unless there's a leak at a critical time, which says something about Amy and Rory, then that energy is always in the TARDIS. You know, I mean, this is why I think the whole thing of River being part Time Lord or whatever is a horrible idea. You don't need it. You do not. I don't think it makes any significant difference to her story if she's just Amy and Rory's kid, who is stolen, kidnapped by the Kavarian faction, and trained and programmed as an assassin. You do not need all you have to do is take out one scene from The Impossible Astronaut or whatever, and basically take out Let's Kill Hitler.
What I would do is
That's a
just take
horrible
out anything
episode.
after
Horrible.
2005. I would just take out everything after 2005. I don't watch them. I basically don't even actually. As you can hear, I have watched them and they're all stuck in my memory, so I can still talk about episodes that, even though I've seen once, I never plan to watch again, and I do not even think about them, and I do not even consider them because I do not like the new stuff. I think most of the new stuff, Paul McGann, he's on the cusp, and the only reason he's on it is because Sylvester McCoy was in the movie. Christopher Eccleston had good. He reminded me of the Doctor because he reminded me of Tom Baker when he grinned. He had that type of face, but the over emotional stuff was just too much for me. David Tennant, to me, it was just all about what do you call them? Oh Christ, what's the words? Oh my God, the words have disappeared. Catchphrases. It was all about catchphrases, which made him popular. Matt Smith, it was like somebody playing. It was like a young kid playing in his dad's outfit. Every time he had a speech, you're sitting there thinking, that sounds as if it should be from a guy with a bit of age behind him. No, this young guy actually looks as if he's standing in his dad's suit, reading his dad's work You know what I mean? That'd be like me standing there and got my dad's.
But
reading it as if I'm like. And to me, every time he made a speech, it was like a kid actually reading his dad's.
I agree. The writers do a whole lot of speeches with this news. I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of these speeches.
I thought Matt did very well. I said Matt's my favourite New Who Doctor.
But that's what I'm saying.
I think he did. The idea was an old mind, an old soul in a young body. I think
it
Matt
didn't work for me because to me he didn't, because he just looked like somebody played. That'd be like saying, right, come here, you George, what age are you? 16? Right, here, wear this grey wig and go out there and pretend you're 90. And to me, you would say, that's a kid pretending he's an old man. Matt Smith, every time I saw him, that's a kid pretending he's an old man.
You have to suspend a degree of disbelief because you're not acting.
I can, because Peter Davidson didn't he actually act in such a way that made me feel he's kid.
Fair enough. Fair point. Yeah. I mean, that's.
I think Peter Davison also was good as an old soul in a young body.
Yeah, but he didn't act like a child, whereas Pat Troughton acted like a child, but with that face, you could not think anything other than when he did switch it to the serious, that he had an old mind behind him, because the face and the way he acted were polar opposites, because he acted like the clown and the big kid until he switched it on.
I mean, I've said before, I'm up to Peter Davison right now, and I think Peter Davison is really good. Old soul in a young body.
But that's what I'm saying. But he wasn't acting ridiculous.
That was Matt Smith.
No, but see, Matt Smith acted as, oh, that's pish. To me, he was just acting like an adult. But no, but every time I saw him, he looked like a kid acting like trying to act like an adult.
I think
he didn't actually do the stupid stuff that made me think kid acting like an adult. He just actually played it straight. It's the same as I said, Pat Troughton. He played it like a kid, but when he switched to the serious mode, he had that look that he was old.
I love Troughton so much.
But that's what I'm saying. But he was a kid.
Most of the people that we're all friendly with love Pertwee.
Yeah,
I prefer Troughton.
I like Troughton as well. But you look at it, right? Matt Smith acted like Pat Troughton. Not an issue. But when Pat could switch to the serious, he had that face.
I agree.
Whereas Matt Smith turned to the serious, he was like somebody reading his dad's diary. That's all I saw. A kid acting like an adult.
He still had to make the character his own. He wasn't going to do a clone.
That's what I'm saying. But to me,
I think
completely irrelevant, because he was trying to actually give it he's an old mind in a young body. No, he actually acts like a young kid reading somebody else's work.
For me, I must admit, Matt became the Doctor
I agree.
at the end of the 11th hour for me.
Yeah,
but
David Tennant and Matt Smith never became the Doctor to me. They were actors playing the Doctor. Peter Capaldi initially was the Doctor, and then he became an actor. Then he became an actor playing the Doctor, because he looked as if somebody went switched with a light switch behind his eyes because of the shite he was having to say.
Yeah,
you could see him go, it's actually a downgrade. It's almost like he actually was just saying the words because he was told he had to say
them. Peter Capaldi was a throwback.
Yeah,
Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee. And yes,
and initially he nailed it,
but the writing.
Bill sitting
there. There's so many people out there who will tell me that the writing did not let Capaldi down, and I beg to differ. He was brilliant.
Initially, I would say yes.
Yes,
but
there's so many. But
first of all, next to him, constantly reminding him, and then everybody constantly
Yes.
saying, "Hey, look at that face," you know what I mean? And all this, right? To me, at the end of it, he was just phoning it in because what else?
I agree.
What else?
He said,
So he went from being the Doctor to somebody playing the Doctor.
yeah.
Right.
Well, he said he wanted
the companion also. I mean, Clara, in my not so humble opinion, was the wrong companion for him.
She was the wrong companion, full stop. She was okay
Agreed.
for a story
Agreed.
or two. She was okay for a story or two, but
Yeah.
after that,
Agreed.
and then suddenly she went back in, and then she was with every one of them. Oh, feck off.
which companion? Which Clara? There were at least 4 different Claras.
I
No,
mean,
but
at one point,
remember the bit when she went back into his timeline,
Yeah.
that she was all the same Clara.
at one point,
Oh, you know, yeah, I agree. No.
At one point, it became Doctor Who starring Jenna Coleman as Clara and
Yeah.
featuring Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. I loathed her as the companion. Absolutely loathed
So
her.
when you've got a program that actually the main character is the secondary backup character,
That's what I said. That's
how-
we should have
what I
actually
said.
stopped calling it Doctor Who and should have called it the Doctor's Companions and the Doctor.
Yeah,
It
sorry,
was Clara Who.
that's not exactly new, is it? I mean, how much programs are these days? What have a lot of people, certainly that on our side, if you like, been calling the latest DC movie, the Batman movie starring co-starring the Flash, right? In that case, for a good reason, but so much of that is, so much of it these days is the again from the reviews and from some of the things I've seen, the Indiana Jones movie. Well, it's it's Phoebe Waller-Bridge beating down Indiana Jones. So many of them that's you could see how it was going. I think with Clara, with all of the Doctors, but especially with Capaldi. It was starting again. Okay, yep. We're going to push it down. We're going to push it down. We're going to push it down. The clips I've seen and the reviews I've seen, even of Secret Invasion, put Nick Fury put down. It's the modern thing. I think that was the early start of it.
Nick Fury, remember the eye patch, and he basically somebody asked him what happened. He says, "I'll tell you later, or it was something," and then suddenly it was a cat had scratched up. Oh my goodness,
last time I trusted someone, it cost me an eye. Oh, let's make it. Oh, let's be funny. Let's make
it a cat, which is a load.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the last thing for the last 5-6 years or so, hasn't it, or more? Put down the male characters.
That's basically why I do not like, and it's very rare that I found something that actually works. Sisu, really good. Boss Level, really good. And none of them had, like, the Sisu, somebody says, they've got all those women doing that powerful woman thing. It says, but they built up to it. It wasn't a case of suddenly this was happening. They were in the back of the truck and they were used for what by the soldiers retreating. They were literally kidnapped, and then he managed to free them. And they basically just they did what they had to do. It just wasn't a overpowered females. It was women actually getting the chance to actually defend themselves, and just it's not as if they were up against trained soldiers. There was one guy, and they managed to take him out. So it's not as if they suddenly took out all the soldiers. The guy Sisu, the guy in Sisu took out all the soldiers bit by bit by bit. So you basically had that, and then they were saying Boss Level say but the girl was the scientist. She's the scientist, but it wasn't about her. It's about him rescuing her. She's the one with the brains, and she's the one.
What, a man allowed to rescue a woman? Never happened.
That's what I'm saying. Boss Level was all about that, but it was, but you had the female assassins. You could.
I mean, the thing is, I think you could see, as you said. I mean, I only got as far as. I never saw the first episode of season 11. Was it 11? Whatever the hell it was. Jodie's second season. I saw the second part of Spyfall, and that was it. you could see again. I've seen reviews and the rest of. You get
You're not missing anything.
no, but you get Jodie comes along, and what seems to be a large part of the thing. Oh, Graham's a good cat. Why did people think Graham would have been the Doctor? You said he was the only decent character. So what happens? Oh, we can't have this. So he becomes a comedy relief towards the end of the first season and the second season.
Comedy relief.
Yeah, but
remember, because we can't actually have anybody.
Remember Bradley Walsh in interviews saying how he was a big fan of Doctor Who. And I remember him when somebody was actually, one of the questions was about TARDIS on it was the weakest link. It was The Chase.
Yeah.
And one of the questions about the TARDIS, and the guy told him the answer. And he goes, "Oh, I didn't know that." And basically, so there you go.
Yeah.
A year or two before he actually got out of the part, he had no idea even about the basics.
Well, he'd been in the Sarah Jane Adventure
for all those years.
Well, yes, exactly. No, what I'm saying is, I mean, obviously, when Mark's out of things, he's an actor. He's going to say what he's going to say. What I'm saying is, you see that the best act, the best character, they cannot have like they come along, do this change around, and the best and the most popular character, the one that seems to getting the most positive comments is the white male. So they can't have that. So they have to put him down. You know.
Yeah.
And okay. Oh well, by the way, he just happens to have been married to a black woman. You know, his wife who gets killed. You know, it was typical BBC. I think it started towards the end of
didn't they
Moffat's one.
Before that, they actually basically called that fridging. It was to basically killing a woman to give a man. And then the BBC did it anyway. Anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bounce along a wee bit I'm going to actually look at
Pick of the Week.
The only reason I'm doing that is because we'll need to be finishing soon because
I've just seen what they're saying.
Yeah, it's 20 past 11, so it's a wee bit late. And considering this is now number 91, the Doctor Who stream, because we're literally 90% of the stream we've talked about Doctor Who, which perfect. Disagreements.
Roman's not here either.
Disagreements. Everybody disagrees with me, and as I know, everybody's wrong. But
not being it.
But the thing is, the good thing about Doctor Who and the fandom is, this is what Let's Talking is about. It's the type of thing you would argue with your friends in the pub or in the house about one wee thing. And it's basically nobody changes their mind and everybody agrees that the other person's wrong. I'm okay with that. That's fandom for you. But that's exactly what we should be doing. Instead of turning around going, I don't like her, you must be racist and sexist and you're a really bad person. No, argue back.
Yeah. In answer to your earlier question, Kelly, about which the best episode of New Who is, I suspect PJ would possibly agree with me because I think it's the only episode he said he's seen more than once.
Which is?
School Days.
School Reunion.
What? School Reunion.
Oh, I like School Reunion.
Yep. It's got it's got K9 in it at the end. It's got Liz.
Sarah Jane.
Yeah, I mean,
it's got the best Doctor Who companion ever returning. And that is a hill I will let you die on trying to attack me.
And you had Giles.
Yeah, you've got Anthony Stewart Head is wonderful.
Yeah, I just thought somebody was popping out for a coffee. Excuse me, get any coffee I could borrow? That's I was going to say in that case, the Doctor should take him back to the Civil War, to the English Civil War, because his co-star in that was in By the Sword Divided. Sharon Warne was in By the Sword Divided. I have not seen that.
You know, Blackadder did an episode about the English Civil War.
But By the Sword Divided was very good. It was what, a 70s series? And it was about the English Civil War, and it was literally, I think at one point, Sharon Ward, she was in the last from the coffee advert. I think she was on the parliamentarian side, and I think her brother was on the Cavalier side. And it was actually about 2 seasons, very good series.
Surprise, Kelly. It's basically the UK's version of North and South.
I was about to say exactly that.
Well, I know what the English Civil War was. My father wrote books about it.
Except that, of course, in Kelly's case, we mean the John Jakes version, not the Jane Gaskell version.
As I
John
said, my father wrote books about the English Civil War.
Yeah.
Several of them.
As I said to somebody the other day, which English Civil War? We've had a few of them.
No, my father wrote books about the English Civil War.
So if you can catch it, it's called By the Sword Divided. It's only 2 seasons.
Okay, who's in it?
Lord, it's a long time. It's like Sharon Ward. Yeah.
I found it. John Hawksworth. Oh yeah, he was in he did the original Upstairs Downstairs.
Very good.
Actors I don't know. Oh, Julian Glover, we know him.
Yeah.
Simon Dutton, we know him. Oh yeah, people I actually have heard of.
Good. And there you go. Somebody's already watched it, and actually, he's down there on that side. He's watched it.
Yep, I know a lot of these actors.
Yeah. So, has anybody got a pick for this week?
I love Jeremy Clyde. Big fan of Jeremy Clyde.
Did you hear that? It's not a case of I love Jeremy Clyde. I love Jeremy Clyde.
I do.
That's obviously Kelly's speech for the week.
You can hear it in the voice, the cadence of the voice. I love Jeremy Clyde.
You English and British people don't understand. He was in a musical group called Chad and Jeremy, which was very similar to Peter and Gordon, only they did better in the US and Canada than they did in the UK. And Jeremy Clyde, and actually right now, Jeremy Clyde and Peter Asher, since both their partners are no longer performing or one of them is dead, are actually now performing together as Peter and Jeremy.
Yeah.
And Jeremy Clyde actually was teasing Peter Asher by saying, I'm always and Jeremy. Because he was with Chad and Jeremy, and now he's Peter and Jeremy. But I heard of him as the singer before I knew of him as an actor. And I know he's related to a lot of toffs in the UK, but I don't remember whom off the top of my head.
Yeah. Right. So has anybody got a pick? Because we're going to be...
I do have a pick.
Hey!
I do have a pick. Okay, here goes. Hold on 1 second. Let me adjust this. Okay. Our mutual friend, Mr. AWK, known as Alex,
or Cyber Commander Zhang.
What are you talking about?
Sent me a package of 4 of my favorite British men of all time.
You got 4 pictures of me?
Yeah. No. John, Paul, George, Ringo,
and Peter.
Where's Pete? Is he in the audience? Is he in the chat?
Pete's not there, and Stu's not there.
Couldn't get hold of him.
There aren't any coasters of Pete.
No, it's just the Beatles.
But thank you.
No
and
problem.
I do have something to send to you, but unfortunately, I haven't found a good box to put it in yet because it's rather flat and rather long, and I need to find
Who are misses?
Pardon?
Yeah.
Who are misses?
No, it's a souvenir of the Sunshine State. Yes.
Very good.
It's a ticky-tacky souvenir of the Sunshine State that I thought you would get a kick out of.
All right. Very good. Colin, you got anything?
No.
Right. Okay. I'll bounce. I've got one or two or 15 things. So I'll start with the scrummy stuff. My wife picked them up for me. Fruit salad, blackjacks, and wham. Nice old classic sweeties.
Don't know them.
Oh, aye, blackjacks. They're the typical. You would eat them, put them in your teeth, and scrin, and
My
you would have a
British
big
shop
blackjack.
doesn't sell them.
Yep.
Neither of my British shops.
When you watch the old classic movies, and you would see somebody grinning and they had a bit of tooth missing.
Yep.
We used to do that with the blackjacks.
We have blackjack gum here.
Aye, well, they're chews, so they are.
Yeah, we have blackjack gum.
Oh, they're superb. So, a couple of DVDs. Remember, I said I got a load of the ones from the cases. So I managed to get Zulu Dawn. Oh, Ashanti.
Isn't she a singer?
That's a movie. Michael Caine, Omar Sharif, and Peter Ustinov.
Ashanti features in the movie Bride and Prejudice.
I
It's a great movie,
think the lead actress in that is actually Michael Caine's wife. Caine's wife.
Why you right?
No, Shakira Caine.
Oh,
it's not.
It's not.
Didn't he marry her in real life?
Didn't know that. I managed to pick up that one as well. A double DVD. Pritzi's Honor.
I know that one.
Yeah. Jack Nicholson and Kathleen Turner. So I picked up a great comedy moments. The reason I picked it up because I've got about 4 or 5 of these is there.
I remember.
And there.
He's Arnold.
Arnold and Alan. No keen about. I didn't really care about Kevin, but got him in the moments, and that was the one I mentioned last week. The World at War. So there were a couple I picked up. I got them for nothing. It was just a donation because they're not allowed to sell them. But I did pick up a couple of nice wee DVDs, and it's basically Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but it's discs 2 and 3. I've still got the rest to get, but there's single stories, there's 3 stories in each, so it's another one to build up.
So I would take it, they're not the original British versions if they're mutant hero turtles.
No, they're not the American. They're the American ones. They're not the hero turtles. They're the Ninja Turtles. And I got a couple of other bits and bobs. I got Kelly's Heroes.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie in it. Don Rickles in it. The best of Dave Allen.
More than Don Rickles is in that movie.
I know there's a lot.
It's
but
an
Don Rickles.
all-star cast, including
I've been watching a lot of roasts, and because there's a load of Foster Brooks roasts, and I love Foster Brooks, but obviously he's taking the piss out of Don Rickles as one of them, and there's been a few with Don Rickles taking the mickey out of Dean Martin. So I managed to pick up the best of Dave Allen and picked up Halloween. John Carpenter Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis. So the original. So I'm looking forward to watching that this weekend. So that's mainly the movies, but this is the other one I was saying that I picked up. I was going to show this, but I decided to do Cities of Gold. I got a bit of Flying Laurie, the complete collection.
Oh, I love that show. Love it.
It's the complete collection. A whole £1 in the charity shop and the box is actually not too bad. So I've managed to pick that one up. Now I love these two. I think they're just absolutely superb. There's 1 or 2 weird ones in it, but on the whole, yeah, I mean, look at that. An old man and a young woman.
Fry and Laurie
are
is
superb.
one of the best shows ever. Have any of you ever seen them in
Jeeves
and Worcester?
Yep, I've got a couple of Jeeves and Worcester.
Oh my
really
god,
good
I own the
well.
entire set. They're brilliant.
Yeah, they definitely are. So, and the only other thing I've got is another one of my books. Surprise, surprise! I picked
Oh
up Roman
wow.
Britain. As I said, I've been picking up anytime I see them in the charity shops and stuff like that. Anything Roman Britain, Roman Scotland, I picked up a load. So that was the most recent one I picked up. But so, in effect, that's what I got. A load of DVDs and a book and sweeties. But I'm a happy chap with that. What I'm going to do is actually, I've actually realised that I've ran out of space in my man cave again. So, and not only of that stuff, I'm waiting for, see this stuff up here so you can see the Magic the Gathering stuff. All right. I've got another 20 of them coming. So I need to find space for them. And I need to find space, which means I need to start clearing stuff. And that means I need to stop going to the charity shops. So for the next few weeks, there'll be no pick of the week. Because in the end of July, there's a Comic-Con, and I'm going to that.
Where is it?
It's the Glasgow Comic-Con at Braehead.
Glasgow.
Glasgow Comic-Con, yeah.
I haven't even checked to see who the Tampa Comic-Con invitees are.
Yeah. The only one I actually am interested in going to see is Life in Mars. What do you call him?
Philip Glester.
Yeah, Grange. The one that played the DI.
Yeah, Philip Glester.
Is it Philip Grester?
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh,
So
Philip Bannister. I'm a big fan. I like his brother too, Robert.
Well, he's going to be at Glasgow one, so that's the only one I might actually go and see. But I'm going round. I've been putting money aside, and I've got a
Tampa Comic Con, which I'm not going to for a variety of reasons, has the only people I've heard of are Sean Astin, Corey Feldman, Mark Shepard, Be Still My Heart, Pauly Shore, Give Me a Break, Giancarlo Esposito, Evan McNally, whom I know. Who else have I heard of? A lot of people here I've never heard of, or you guys would never have heard of over on your side of the pond. Loretta
you said that before, and then you mentioned somebody, and somebody knows them.
All right, Loretta Swit, you know. Jamie Pond.
Hot Lips, come on.
Yep, Jamie Farr, you know.
Klinger.
Yep, Klinger. People you've probably never heard of are Bob Eubanks.
Bob Eubanks. He's not a fighter, is he?
No, he was a game show host. He hosted a show here in the U.S. called the Newlywed Game. Then there's Steven Weber and Amy Yazbek, who are both in Wings.
Amy Yazbek, the name was mildly familiar.
He was in Robin Hood Men in Tights. She played Guinevere.
That's it.
But Wings, if you guys ever get a chance, is my absolute favorite 1990s TV show.
Have you seen the more recent flight comedy one, LA to Vegas?
Don't know it.
It's actually not too bad. It's quirky as hell. So it is, and to me, it reminds me a lot of High Life, the Victor and Barry, but it's just one of those ones. It's about the commute between LA and Vegas, and all these ones, the gamblers going backwards and forwards, and the cabin crew and stuff like that. It's just fun. It's not a barely laugh every 2 minutes, but it is a comedy and it's funny.
And Gina Carano was supposed to show up, but she's canceled. For whatever reason, she's not showing up. And then Tim Daly, truly Be Still My Heart. He was in Wings. He played the main character in Wings, which was a 1990s show that is technically a spinoff of Cheers, but in my not so humble opinion, is better than Cheers. And he also was.
What was better than Cheers, did you say?
Wings.
Right, I haven't seen Wings. I love Cheers, and just as
Right,
much as I love
Wings?
Fraser.
Wings is a series that lasted about 7 or 8 years, based in Nantucket, Massachusetts. It's a small island off the coast, and it stars Tim Daly, again, Be Still My Heart, Steven Weber, and Amy Yazbek, and a couple of other people. And it is possibly my favorite show of the 1990s. I thought it retained its quality longer than Cheers did. And it takes place at a small airport in Nantucket. And Tim Daly and Steven Weber are brothers who are pilots. And there are other characters at the airport. And it is, again, possibly my favorite show of the 1990s.
Well, I think LA
Highly
to
recommend
Vegas
it.
is a similar idea to that because it's just about the flight to and from Vegas. And it's only one season, 15 episodes.
Which is what was that?
LA to Vegas.
Don't know it.
That was the one. It's just basically about the commuter plane. It's a comedy, and I quite enjoyed it. It's only got season 1, 15 episodes, and I think it was 2018, 2017, 2018 it was out.
I get hiccups.
It was fun. It's just basically, it reminded me a lot of the High Life, so it did. But these are the ones that are going to the Glasgow one. Right, so Mandate Gill as well, Terry Malloy, Colin, Daniel Wiseman, and that. But there's also a few here.
Are you going to avoid Mandip Gill?
I'm only going to see these two.
Glenister and whom?
Arthur Boston.
Okay, I don't know him.
It's basically a low. He played the police officer.
Oh, I remember him.
Good morning.
Wait a minute, you're not going to see Colin Baker?
I've seen Colin about 3 times.
I don't care. You still need to see him.
I've seen him about 3 times. I've got a couple of pictures up there.
Don't care. You still need to see him.
I've seen Colin a few times, so it's the same as Terry Malloy. I've got my K9 down there, and I keep tempted to take it in with me. But the idea of taking this big K9 that size in to get it signed, no Terry. It wasn't Terry. It was the other one. I've got a Davros behind me, and it's in the Funko Pop, and I was going to take it to get Terry to sign. It's the same idea as if I'm taking my K9 in. They're fairly big. This one, the box for the Davros is quite a chunky one.
But you need to report back how many people are in line to see Mandip Gill.
Well, I will keep an eye out. But as I said, it's at the end of July, so 22nd, 23rd of July.
When is Art Comic Con? Oh shoot, where'd it go? I just had it. Too many browsers up here. Comic-Con Tampa is 26 days from now, which doesn't mean anything to me off the top of my head.
Well, this is the 1st of July, so 26th.
Right. Thank you. 26th. Okay. Yeah, there it is. July 28th to July 30th.
I can do calculations when it's at the 1st. See if it was like the 26th or 27th of the month. I would have been screwed.
It says here July 26th through July 30th.
There you go.
All I know is I like some of the people. I mean, Mark Shepard. You know, it's funny when they show you the Mark Shepard list of of his credits, they don't even show Doctor Who. And I loved him in Doctor Who.
I think a lot of the time nowadays, Doctor Who's a lot of people are actually quite happy not having Doctor Who in their CV.
Kevin McNally's been in a bunch of things. I've seen him in a whole slew of things, but he's listed as being in Assassin's Creed and Pirates of the Caribbean, which I don't know. Oh my God, Richard Kern from Home Improvement.
Oh, Al.
Yep,
Yep.
he's coming.
I
to
love
Tampa
Home
Comic-Con.
Improvement. So I do. Home Improvements is just superb. I love it. I watch that at least once a year.
Oh, it's a great show.
It is. It's the same as what do you call him? Tim Allen's newer one.
Yeah.
The one outdoor man.
Unfortunately, Tim Allen has been canceled since he's a conservative
Yeah.
politically.
Yep. But the TV show he had before it got cancelled was something about men, because he was the father, a wife, and 3 daughters.
Yep.
And
Yeah, I know the show. I
and
just can't remember the name. Yeah.
Outdoor Man. It was basically, it wasn't called Outdoor Man. What was it called? Oh God, it's one of those ones. The name's just disappeared.
I know the show. I can't remember.
It's something women or
Outnumbered or something like that.
that sounds right. No. It's either some. Oh God, I can't even remember. Outnumbered is a comedy about
Family.
a family that's got more kids than.
You can never imagine.
I think it's something like men, something or other like that.
But men behaving badly.
No.
No, that's not it. I mean, I'd love to go. I really would love to go, but the full access pass is $300.
So
that's the full access pass. Much as the. Yeah, I mean
the gold pass is 3-day general admission, and it's sold out. It's $125.
Justin beat me to it.
And then
I can get mines for a 1-day pass is something like £20. Then there's obviously
they don't offer anything other than 3 days. And the 3-day general admission, which doesn't give you anything, any access to any panels, is $60.
Weird.
Which is probably about 40 pounds.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, these places are going to price themselves close.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind going to see some of the panelists, but I have no access for if I only pay $60. I'm not paying $300. I'm just not.
But that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of these places are going to, they're effectively just going to shut themselves. Last man standing.
Was it?
That's what it's called. Last man standing. That's a question I was going to ask. See if I was paying like £300 for a place.
$295 US is 232 pounds.
Right, but for £232, I would want autograph.
Oh, you get a lot for your $300, but more than I want.
Was it Gary was saying? I know not Tampa, but San Diego Comic Con. There's a load of people that comes that just ain't turning up.
Yeah, there's a lot of people actually are going, but they're not getting in.
No, not guests. I mean, whatever you call them.
Well, DC is not going.
DC's not going. Warner Brothers,
Marvel,
you know.
stuff like that. They're
the people you'd go to see rather than the actual attendees. If you go, stall holders. I suppose
they're all. It's the same idea here. You used to go and you would get maybe £15 for an autograph, and now suddenly it's like £30, and people are going. Well, I used to be able to get 2 or 3 for that price, and people are wanting it for 1. I can't afford to go now, so I'll just not go to the whole show, and that was it. And so there's in the last since before the pandemic, I noticed that the attendance had halved over 2 years, and I think that the fact that they think it's still big business and it's not, it's just going. I think there's less and less because the MCM Comic Con used to have 3 the stage areas in the exhibition centre, and it used to take up the whole back wall of the exhibition centre, which was like 3 or 4 of the units. The last time I went, one unit, and that was the smallest of the 3. So it was, and it's just that's it. It's just there's not as many people going. There's just not as much, so they're getting less and less money, and they still think it's big business because they're putting the prices up. Nuts, crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the NEC. That's it.
I remember once upon a time where I went to a Doctor Who convention, paid £45 for a ticket, and you got all the autographs in for nothing.
Yeah, that's not anymore. One of my friends went to the one where I went to the Comic-Con here the last time, and he was saying to me he's not going because he was going down to London for the big Doctor Who con, and not the people were asking me if any Doctor Who stars were there. I said no, because there's a big Doctor Who con down in London. You're going to come up here and get 10 or 15 people speaking to you in one day, and you're going down there and getting 100, 200 doing the same thing. So they were all going to that, and he paid to get in, paid for individual autographs and pictures and stuff like that. He must have spent a fortune. And it was something like, for the weekend, it was something like £90 to £100 just to get in. I'm sure it was, because the ticket he didn't get the entrance, he got the higher ones, but it was something like £100. And I'm sitting there
going to London to do it as well.
And he also had to go down to London, but he actually uses the coach trips. So he organised it when one of the coach trips would go down to London. You get 3 days in a hotel, and all he had to do was not go on any of the excursions and just travel. So,
but then you've got to spend 3 days in London. So
yeah, but he was going down there anyway for the Comic-Con. So either way, it was. And he does a lot of the excursions anyway. Caledonia Travel, they do bits and pieces. My wife does them, and she met him initially on one of them. Basically, they travel all over. They get 3 days or 4 days staying in different places, and it's fairly inexpensive. It's because you're going by coach; it's cheap. So, anyway, has anybody got anything coming up this week?
Yep.
I'm not talking to you. You're not. Cyber Commander Zang is not actually
Wait a minute, Colin.
Right. What have you got? Julie, what have you got coming up tomorrow? What is the big movie?
Tomorrow we've got the B movie show.
Yeah, what's on it?
Hold on. I will tell you in a second. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's going to be a good one. Hold on. Just talk to other people and I'll let you know.
Hey, Zang and Colin. What's if up to? Nobody talking to me now. Okay, I'm going to bounce you too. She's do that again.
So
I just changed my name. Go on, Colin.
What's I thought you were going to tell us who you're changing your name. Yeah, we've got a Monday night on Monday.
So it's Monday coming up. FFSI.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
See, the thing is, somebody didn't know that last night when we were on Castles and Crusades. He thought it was a week or two away.
Yeah.
Okay, tomorrow's B movie show is a North American phenomenon called Battle of the Network Stars.
I've seen that advertised in another channel, and I had no idea what it was about.
Well, what it is people from NBC, CBS, NBC from the 1970s and early 1980s, mostly the 70s, competing against each other in sporting activities like running and tug of war and all sorts of things. And people like Telly Savalas and Linda Carter and a whole bunch of people who were big in North America in the 1970s are in this show. It's not a movie. It's not a horror movie. It is both intentionally and unintentionally hilarious.
I'd be tempted to say I think Linda Carter was big all over the world, not just in North America.
Well, exactly. She was in Wonder Woman at the time, and our dear friends, Mr. Hyde and Retro Doc,
slowed it down. Just so
will
they
tell
know
you
what's
that she, in her outfit, are pretty impressive.
Yes, they slowed it down deliberately to show us.
Yes, right. And we, on the other side of the aisle, will tell you that Robert Conrad looks very fine.
Yeah.
But
Basically,
anyway,
that's what I'm
it's
saying.
not something that made it across the pond. So anybody who did not grow up in North America in the 60s and 70s will probably not have seen this.
We can, most of us never even heard of it, but
right.
I had seen it advertised, so I did a quick click on a link. It had the two. Believe it or not, the two of them were sitting next side by side. One was the B movie one, and another one was a review of it. And I thought, oh, click, and then I realised it was just basically it was celebrity. What was it we used to have here? It's a knockout.
It's a knockout. It's similar as Colin actually pointed out that it's similar to It's a Knockout, but it's actual sporting events.
Yeah, but we had that as well. We would have the ones like that as well, but It's a Knockout was the funnier one.
It's
obviously,
it's the closest thing that you guys have.
Superstars, that's what it was called.
Yeah, exactly. It's the closest thing that you guys will have had to it. But if you want to see Linda Carter or Robert Conrad when they were young and gorgeous, you got to show up tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. British Summer Time or 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Perfect. So looking forward to that.
Worth watching. Funny as hell.
Should be funny because it should be fun because, as you said, it's something we've never seen before.
No, you guys will love it because you've never seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, you over in the UK will never have seen it, and it's hilarious.
Good. Looking forward to it. So, Alec, Colin, what have you got coming up Monday? Two of them have run away again.
No, I forgot him to speak.
Sorry, I was muted. I was too busy sneezing.
You're not sounding good there, Colin.
Hay fever.
No, my guitar started blocking up. Yeah, hay fever and guitar combined is not a good combination.
No, it's not.
Oh, me.
I'm starting to flag. Anyway, so what is FFF's favourite topic Monday?
Just me and Colin talking whatever as usual.
What show are you doing Monday?
Monday night show.
I know
the FFSI channel.
Yeah.
We just
the link is in the description below.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry.
No, I'm saying in the description now. I've got all the users in their channel.
Okay.
Under there, there's the FFSI.
Because since this is, Canada Day meant that probably Canadians were off on Friday. Independence Day means that a lot of US people are off on Monday and Tuesday. So you may have some US viewers on Monday. Just saying.
Excellent. You can do an independent show.
Well, as I mentioned in the
just actually telling them how wrong they were for being independent from.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that because back when I was in high school, my 10th grade history teacher divided the class into 3 parts, just as the US was divided into 3 parts. 1/3 was pro-independence, 1/3 was pro-monarchy, and 1/3 was we're willing to be
Either or.
convinced. And somehow I managed to be elected as the head of the Tories, the US Tories. And we won. Is if I had been the head of the loyalist delegation in the 1770s, the United States would not be the United States. We would still be a dominion. We would be like Canada, only we would have beat Canada to being Canada.
In all fairness, not many places can actually be Canada. Even
Canada
Canada,
is
does not,
lovely,
even
except
Not
we've
many-
got a real-
not-
there's
even
really
Canada doesn't
important
want. Even
choice of
Canada
coming
doesn't want to be Canada. They want
Not
to be
many-
China.
So not many people want to be Canada, at least what Canada is these days.
Well, I know,
Yeah.
but Benjamin Franklin actually suggested that the U.S., what became the U.S., end up being what is like Canada now, independent, but still having King George III as our monarch.
Aye.
Only it
Well,
didn't
it's
work.
okay. Accordingly, we've only got 6 years of King George or Charlie or whatever he wants to call himself.
You're up to
It's
Charlie
because
right
we
now.
just started the clock because we've only, although we had 5 years 5 years ago, and we had
Oh,
10
not
years,
another
10
one
years
of
ago,
these.
and we had 15 years 15 years ago. They've started a clock and saying in 6 years, if we've not fixed it, we're done. So it looks like 6 years we're done.
Oh, does
Charles
that
is
mean the last
already
one's going to come?
70, what, 74, 75?
No, basically, we're talking about the climate change. He actually
Oh, yeah.
went all in with the
Hey,
climate
well,
stuff.
Greta Thunberg told us 5 years ago that humanity would be gone by now.
Of course, they've been doing that since the 60s.
They've
Oh,
been
I
doing
know.
it since the 1800s, like 1800s.
Well, in 1922, there was a ship that crossed over the Arctic ice, and there wasn't a whole lot of ice. And they said within X number of years, the Arctic ice was going to be gone, and that was 100 years ago.
Well, they're basically going on about how the sea levels are going to have been rising drastically, and somebody took a picture and put it beside a picture taken 100 years ago of the Empire, not the Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty.
Right.
Sea levels are identical.
I have lived in Florida. It will be 15 years in September since I moved to Florida. 16 years ago, I was warned that I should not move to Florida because in 5 years I'd be underwater.
I'd be a little more convinced.
I'm not underwater. I'm still dry.
I'd be slightly more convinced about this rising seawaters thing if people like what's his face that used to own Microsoft didn't own a large amount of seafront property.
Yeah, they keep buying all the seafront property and telling you the sea's going to rise.
The Obamas spent 15 million with an M US dollars, which is probably 12 million, 10 or 12 million pounds on oceanfront property in Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts.
Yeah, but
I just couldn't explain why they kicked out all the immigrants then.
They're all doing that.
Exactly,
they're all being
because they're a bunch
and
of
as somebody said, money talks, and if a bank will insure it and give you a mortgage on it, then they're actually not thinking it's actually going to disappear, because a bank would say, no, that's going to disappear in 5 years. We're not giving you a 20-year mortgage on it because we would lose our money. And the fact that a bank is quite happy to give you a mortgage to buy oceanside property shows that the bank are quite confident it'll be there for the term of the mortgage.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing, is people actually, it's the fact is people believe these nutcases when they actually say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But they're in effect, as I keep on telling everybody, I'm waiting for smut. So, sweet meteor of death, please come and claim us now. Because the world is actually, see how they keep on going on about the history is secular. So the Romans, before the Romans in the Dark Ages, you had Samaria that disappeared. You had this. I'm sitting there thinking, the if we go back with a previous the Silurian hypothesis, that the Silurian hypothesis, should I say, it's based on the Doctor Who episode, that maybe 65 million years ago, maybe the reptiles did actually, there was a branch of them that did become intelligent and did have, and then somehow basically died because they basically fought each other into extinction. And the reason there's no evidence is basically the tectonic plates. They reckon the oldest piece of land is something like 400 million years old. So if anything older than that, it's probably not there anymore because sedition and stuff like that. So basically, they don't know. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, if that's the case, then the reptiles have had their chance. Maybe the birdmen have had their chance and they're gone as well. The monkeys have had their chance. Give the insects a chance. Just wipe us off and give the insects a chance. Maybe they'll do better than the rest of us did, because they said the Silurians may have actually blown themselves up because they got to the technology level that they had devices that they went to war, gone. And any other one previous before they could have been bought, they basically went to a certain level, got the technology, and then just wiped themselves out. We're at that point now. I think we're not belong. And then
my most recent audiobook was about the Scopes monkey trial, and about how people could not accept that the earth was more than 5,000 years old. And Clarence Darrow, one of the great defense lawyers of all time in the US, he was asking questions that I, as a totally innocent elementary school kid, was asking. You know, how did Adam and Eve's children get married? Who did they marry?
Mm-hmm.
Where did these women come from for
and also
get married?
If there was Adam and Eve and they got married, and yes, where did they come from if that was the case? And one of them killed the other. Cain killed Abel. So there was only one left. So there was only one family.
It was Seth left. Seth was after Cain and Abel. He was the third brother.
Was that what it was?
But we were told they all got married. Who did they marry?
Yep. And they came back with the right. But do you know where the Garden of Eden, what they think the Garden of Eden is referring to?
There's different stories.
They think it's basically where the Sumerians were. There was basically the Tigris, the Euphrates. So there's a three, and
the Mormons think it was Missouri, but whatever.
Yeah. But there's that land patch, right? And that land patch was quite arable, and that's where agriculture, that. So that was the breadbasket of the Middle East, because that's where the class civilization is. So that's where the Garden of Eden, where they learned how to do animal husbandry, they learned how to do crop farming. That's why they call it the Garden of Eden, because that's where they learned all these things that spread out around the world.
There's also the fact that the ancient one of the early civilizations, they had enclosed gardens that were called something quite close to paradiso. So paradise may come from an ancient word for a walled garden. Again, Garden of Eden, paradise. It's a similar idea.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just there's just a lot out there, because we were discussing it in work, and we'll finish off in 5 minutes. So this is going to be quick. We were discussing it in work, and one of the non-believers, shall we say, and one of the believers, shall we say, were discussing it, and the case of how can you believe it? Because there's no proof. And I just says, well, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Agreed.
Just because you can't find proof, you can't find proof that there's no. The same as she can't find proof that there is. So why should anybody believe you over her? Just because you don't believe and you think everybody who does is crazy, why should anybody listen to you because you can't prove that it's not true? There's hypothesis, and you can actually say, well, it can't be true because another loving God can't do and all this. That's say right, but there's accordingly there's reasons behind all this, but you still can't say there is no God because I've never seen him. Well, I've never seen a black hole, so does that mean they don't exist?
Absolutely.
It's the same as all these nutcases in the flat Earth, right? They say, well, the moon, but all these pictures are all composite pictures, and I've never seen it in real life. So you've never been to the moon to look down in the globe of Earth. No, so these pictures are all fake. I say, so have you been to Australia? They say, no. I say, so it doesn't exist. They says, I've seen it on the TV.
Australia can't exist.
You have one argument for the other, and it's things like that. So just because you think pictures are all fake, but you've never been to a country that you know exists, so how do you know it exists? Because people have said to you it exists. You've seen pictures of it. So how can you say pictures are fake, but you've never seen it for yourself, so it must be fake, but you've never been to that country? And that's the way I look at it. It's a case of let people argue. And people know my father-in-law is a minister. And to me, I don't have issues with people's belief. As long as they don't interfere with me, I don't care. Literally, that's the reality.
I agree with you on that.
It doesn't matter if it's religion, it's about anything else. Do not care. If it interferes with me, then I care. Otherwise, do you know whose sexuality bothers me? Me and my wife's. That's it. I don't care about anybody else. That's the only two I bother about. My kids can do whatever they want to be.
Well, I mean, I've said for years, I don't care who you sleep with as long as it's an adult human and it's consensual.
No, see, the way I look at it is I don't care who you sleep with because you stop telling me about it.
Well, that too. It's
I do not care. I see when I'm watching a movie, I'm watching a movie, fast action, sci-fi, something, and then there's suddenly the bam, chicka, wow, wow, and thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm watching an action movie. I think, what the hell's sex scene? But what the hell's the point of that in it? There's movies that need it because it's all about that, like, what was that? The one with Glenn Close and stuff like that.
Fatal Attraction.
Yeah,
needed it because it showed that type of relationship and the psycho thing. So that needed it. No issues there. But when you're actually getting a cowboy movie or an action movie or a comedy or a sci-fi, and then there's suddenly that's in it. Oh God, I hate that. I just don't care if it's straight gay. I don't care. I just don't see the point in it. And why do they do it? They say, well, we add females in to actually get women interested in, and then you actually get them to strip off so the guys are interested. Really? So basically what you're saying is you're bringing in female characters so females will be interested in the movie because it's not just all boys. And then you actually get the two of them to strip off.
We were talking about earlier about how, I might be a woman and I don't want a female lead in a bunch of different shows because I think it'll ruin the dynamic.
And I can honestly say I do not want a male lead in Wonder Woman.
Right.
I don't want a male lead.
Can you imagine a man in that costume?
Please don't.
Thank you. I'm a woman and I don't want to see a man in that costume.
But I mean, there's certain genres I do not see the point in it. There's certain genres you cannot have a male in it. Certain genres you cannot have a female in it. Yeah, I mean, but
no, I agree.
There's certain genres that doesn't make any difference. But if you're doing a Second World War movie and then suddenly half of them are women, and you're sitting there thinking, doesn't work. But they don't care about that. Anyway.
Well, they've gotten to the point. They've gotten to the point where people are overrepresented.
That's
I
what
mean,
people
if you
are
look
saying.
at all the
People are
cop
looking at
shows,
it, and people are looking at it and sitting there thinking, "Oh well, 90% of the people must be either gay or black." No.
no. I mean, you look at all the cop shows, and you've got all these women in positions of authority in cop shows, and in the real world, that's just not true.
I know it's an absolute farce, and that's why I that's why why I don't watch new stuff, because it's bad. And the good thing is, when you watch the old stuff and you see somebody in it, you know that it's going to be good. It doesn't matter if they're in it. So if you've got Cagney and Lacey,
Well,
it's
you
a
know,
cop show
women are
about
going to
two
be in it.
female cops. So it's no a case of, oh, here we go again. These two cops are going to be superb. You had ones like that. You had Hill Street Blues with the two cops, one white, one black. Great relationship, and the banter backwards and forwards. Nowadays, you can't imagine that banter. You can't imagine the two of them take the piss out of each other. Oh, it's a white supremacist because he's taking the piss out the black officer, which is his friend. But they're not allowed to talk to each other in certain ways because it's problematic. Anyway, we'll finish up there, boys and girls, lads and lassies, because I am busted for the loo. I'm knackered because I've been up, as I said, I've been up since.
Yeah, we've only been on for 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. I've only been up since 6 o'clock this morning. Actually, half 5.
Been up for 2 days.
And I basically, what time did we finish last night?
About off 1, I think.
1:30.
Oh dear
Yeah.
Lord!
So yeah, so I'm actually knackered. So I'm going to finish up there.
Me too.
Yeah. So, boys and girls, lads and lassies, thank you for joining us, and join us again next week for another of Let's Talk Geeky. Until then, remember, we're not old, we're classic.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
So long, farewell.